business from the previous meeting. The agenda was issued last Wednesday, 10th October. The meeting is being live streamed and recorded. A video recording will be posted online shortly after the meeting on the Council's YouTube channel. I will introduce breaks at appropriate stages in the meeting and may vary the order of business in order to best manage the business and the business conducted. Given the business before Council, it is likely that the meeting will break for lunch at an appropriate point in the agenda. If members who are attending remotely wish to speak, they should use the raise hand icon on screen. I will ask if all who wish to speak have done so before closing the debate, but at that point it is their responsibility to ensure they attract my attention, even by cutting in verbally. Otherwise, they may miss their chance to speak. The first item of business is also just to make sure everybody's phone switched off and that everybody keeps their camera on that are online. So the first item of business is the Sederant. Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Provost. Provost Bissett.
Present.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
Present.
Councillor Aitchison. Councillor Anslow.
Present.
Councillor Binney.
Present.
Councillor Bowes.
Present.
Councillor Brown.
Present.
Councillor Buchanan.
Here.
Councillor Bundy.
Just parking up.
Thank you. Councillor Colley.
Present.
Councillor Deacon.
Present.
Councillor Devine.
Present.
Councillor Flynn.
Present.
Councillor Forrest.
Present.
Councillor Garner.
Present.
Councillor Hannah.
Present.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor Kerr.
Here.
Councillor McCabe.
Present.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Present.
Councillor Murtagh.
Present.
Councillor Nimmo.
Present.
Councillor Patterson.
Councillor Patterson has given her apologies for today.
Thank you. Councillor Patrick.
Present.
Councillor Redmond.
Present.
Councillor Ritchie.
Present.
And I think likewise we have apologies for Councillor Robertson. Councillor Sinclair.
Here.
Councillor Spears.
Remote.
Thank you. Councillor Steinbank.
Present.
And we also have Councillor Bundy. Thank you, Provost.
Present. Thanks, Mr. Moody. The second item on the agenda is declarations of interest. Members should declare any financial and non-financial interest they have in any item of business at the meeting, identifying the relevant agenda item and the nature of interest. Any declarations of interest? No. Thank you. Next item of business is referral from the Audit Committee. And the Audit Committee met this morning. The report's been passed to the Council. So we'll go over to Mr. Lawrie to introduce the report.
Thank you, Provost, and good morning. Good morning to all. This report presents the annual audit report for 2021-22, together with the audited accounts for the year to 31st March 2022. These were presented in detail by our external auditors, EY, this morning to the Audit Committee, and has been brought forward from the Audit Committee to the Council for approval. And I understand the Chair of the Audit Committee will speak briefly about this morning's debate. In terms of the content of the report, and it's an extensive report, I'll be relatively brief, but I suppose one of the key points that's important to emphasize initially is that the accounts have been signed off by the external auditors, and they are free from qualifications, which is clearly an important aspect. I really want to touch on the wider scope and aspects relating to best value. This was the main focus of the discussions and indeed the questions at the Audit Committee this morning. And what the wider scope sets out are the four dimensions for the public sector in Scotland, and these are financial sustainability, financial management, governance and transparency, and value for money. And if you look at page 17 of your agenda, then the summary position in relation to each of these is set out there, and I'll speak about each of them very briefly, Provost, if I may. So in terms of financial sustainability, the assessment of the external auditors is read, and I think that is was both disappointing and inevitable at this stage, and it will come as no surprise to any councillor on the basis of the discussion we had previously at the last council meeting in relation to the financial strategy, the acute financial challenge that is ahead of us, the need to deliver £69 million of savings over the next 4 years, and some of the aspects which are out with the council's control, which could impact on our ability to deliver services and meet our financial gap. So the auditor's report notes the establishment of the financial strategy group in the context of the financial strategy. It identifies that this council has not been able to pull together multi-year budget solutions, and the fact that other councils have achieved that, and the criticality of members working together through the financial strategy group so that we can have a clear multi-year solution to the very significant challenge we face. And you'll note that recommendations 4 and 5 in the action plan, which starts on page 66 as Appendix D to the report, sets out particular recommendations in relation to that. So the second main element relates to financial management. The main finding there is that the council continues to demonstrate good financial control over its budget, but you also note there are issues and challenges round about both the capacity we have within the organisation and as set out again some of the particular challenges, not least in relation to our ability to meet our stated priorities, and specifically there's a point there about the journey to net zero and the costs associated with that. The third element is governance and transparency. And again, the auditors note that the key features of good governance are in place. There's also reference, though, to incidents which have been disclosed to the Health and Safety Executive, and there's comment around about the Council's approach to whistleblowing. The improvements have been made to that process, but clearly we need to remain very vigilant in relation to these matters. And the fourth element is the value for money, again rated amber by the external auditors. The report notes that we've reviewed our arrangements in relation to performance monitoring, improvement and self-assessment as part of our response to the best value audit, but also makes the point that further work needs to be done to make performance information easily accessible and understandable. I did also want to just speak to the issue set out on page 16 of your agenda, and this is where the external auditors comment on the best value follow-up. So our best value report, as you know, was published in January this year. We brought forward a action plan in response to that, which was agreed by the Council in February. Since then, significant work has been undertaken to respond to the key messages, and indeed the comment this morning at the Audit Committee from EY was that a lot had been achieved in a short space of time, and it was good to hear that affirmation of the work being done. And the detailed findings in relation to this are on page 56 of the report. And I suppose I'd say that despite the auditor comments, there's clearly significant work still to be done here and that remains critical in terms of the Council's work going forward. And on page 16 of the report, again, the auditors comment on the difficulty the Council has had historically in building consensus round about unpalatable political decisions which will need to be taken in the context of our financial position. And again, I think it's really important just to re-emphasise that point to elected members. The action plan that flows from the audit is set out at Appendix D, as I said, at page 66. There's 11 recommendations, and there are management responses in relation to all of these, and these are positive and proactive responses. I think nothing more to say about the report at this stage, Provost, but myself and my colleagues obviously happy to take any questions that members may have.
Thanks very much, Mr. Laurie. And I'll now go over to Councillor Anslow, who's convener of audit, and you have the opportunity to speak to this report. Councillor Anslow.
Thank you, Provost. There was indeed a meeting of the Audit Committee this morning where we considered the report in detail. There were a number of items raised and these were addressed. They covered things such as governance transparency, with the concerns about whistleblowing, financial stability and collaborative leadership. And at the end of it, basically, we were happy to commend the report to Council.
Thank you, Councillor Anslow. I'll now go to Councillor Meikle-John, see if you've got a motion.
Thank you, Provost. Obviously, yes, we do have a motion that's to accept and agree the report, but just a few comments in relation to that. I welcome the report and thank EY for their work and the Council in presenting this. I would just also like to, again, within Council, publicly thank them for the work, because EY are now coming to the end. They've been with us for 6 years, and they've worked very closely and have become part of the Falkirk family. They will now transition over to Audit Scotland, and we will have some new auditors to work with, and look forward to meeting them in due course. It's good to know that, as always, our accounts have been signed off free from qualification. That's always a big relief at this stage. And what there is a clear number of messages in the report about the challenges we face, the work we need to do to take these forward. Positive things are reflected in the report, and it was already recognised that those challenges that are before us, and there's work undergoing to address them. It's now important that we work together at pace to respond to the challenges to deliver for our communities. We have a very difficult situation facing us over the forthcoming years, and it's noted in EY's report. It's disappointing that we see a red assessment to our financial sustainability, but it's inevitable in the current financial climate, with significantly increasing costs and pressures on budgets. The important thing is that we respond positively to this to ensure that we have a plan in place to address our financial position. There are difficult decisions ahead for us to deliver financial sustainability, and there's clear messages from our auditors on the need for us to work constructively together to agree our approach, ensuring that in sustainability going forward. We've agreed the first iteration of our financial strategy. Officers are now actively working to develop this and bring that forward, an updated version for members' consideration. The Financial Strategy Group, which has a key role to play in the development of this document, has had its first meeting on Tuesday, and a programme of meetings are in the diary, but it will be critical to developing that longer-term financial strategy beyond this coming year. That forum will enable us to work together to develop options and deliver on the financial sustainability, and look forward to the further iterations coming forward. However, it will need to be constructive and collaborative. We will work. This work will, however, be time-consuming for both officers and members, but it's essential that we work through this to ensure that we have a council delivering our council plan and our priorities, and do what's required for our communities, all of which are dependent on us having that financial plan going forward. It's therefore important that we are very focused and don't allow resources to be redirected to areas where they may not be best served at this time. Members also know that the audit report comes in the back of the best value audit, and we have an update on the progress at our last executive in August. EY noted the good progress that's been made. There is, however, a need to ensure that actions we're taking have the impact we intend, so we get the outcomes that are intended by that. Offers are bringing a further report in December, which will consider that impact. Much of the work that has been undertaken is in response to the best value audit, will also help around that financial sustainability. The example being looking at new approaches to transformation and bringing further transformational savings, as well as positive changes to our communities. What we've all done to realign the capital programme and the ongoing monitoring, which this will now has now been put in place, we must ensure that it's maximising the benefits for our capital monies we have to benefit our communities throughout Falkirk. It's essential, we must also deliver essential services for our communities and delivering the best way we can with the resources we have. One way to assess this is through our performance management arrangements. And while EY have indicated we have good performance management, we have improved our performance management and our performance is good, there's still more to be done. And we need to continue to do that going forward. It's also recognised the need that we need to do on climate change, including the challenges of meeting our net zero target. And I'm sure all members are committed to this. We received a very helpful report to the executive in October, with further work now being done. This will be presented at a future meeting of committees. While the report presents the issues we're facing very clearly, it's positive in the sense it recognises the good active work we're doing to address many of the challenges we face. There is, however, a lot of work still ahead of us, and these challenges, I am confident if we work together, the Council can deliver for the communities. That will, in recognising as a minority administration, it's the importance of the responsibility of all members, and that will only happen to deliver that financial stability if we recognise the gravity of our position that we're in, and that there is no additional funding likely to come forward. That's not to say that we should not be continually highlighting and reminding governments of the need to fund public services, and I know that COSLA will continue to press that message. At the same time, we'll also work with local authorities and Scottish Government to find solutions to help the current difficult financial climate. We know that Scottish Government has a finite budget, which could only be split so many ways. The bulk of the funding will be going into health, and it's difficult to disagree with that. This position will not change without constitutional change, and the sooner that happens, the better, and the sooner that's acknowledged more widely, because the current system is clearly not working for local government. It's important to recognise too that we will have to work collectively to get the financial sustainability. That means we will have to get that plan developed, and we should be seeking to do that across Council, bringing everybody together. We need to ensure the resources are very much focused on developing that financial strategy and delivering on our priorities with the very limited resources that we have. Therefore, it's important that no additional spends are brought forward at this time without having a plan in order to how that will be delivered in the context of that financial strategy. And therefore, could commend the report to Council, and again just thank our auditors and indeed the work of our officers in pulling all this together. Thank you, Provost.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Michael. John, do you have a seconder?
Thanks, Provost. And it was it was covered full and very well by the Council leader. Collaboration, pace, financial sustainability, difficult decisions are all highlighting the financial position we are currently in. I'm happy to second the report. Happy to move on the word, but I'm seconding the report.
Thanks, Councillor Garner. Now, Councillor Harner, see if you have an amendment to the report.
I have no amendment to the motion.
No amendment.
I have no amendment to the motion, but
Thank you.
may have some questions.
Councillor Kerr, do you have an amendment?
No amendment, Provost.
Thank you. Do you have an amendment, Councillor Spears? You're on mute, Councillor Spears.
I don't have an amendment, but I have a question.
Okay, we'll be opening it up for discussion just in a moment. Thank you. Thank you. Now we'll now open it up for debate. We'll go to Councillor Nimmo first.
Thanks, Provost. I just have a question. I actually watched the audit committee on YouTube earlier on this morning. There was a lot of emphasis put on the finance improvement plan. I'm just wondering what the timescales are involved in this and whether that will cover the current staffing issue within the finance teams.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Provost.
Who's going to take that? Amanda?
Thank you, Provost. Thanks for the question, Councillor Nimmo. So I have committed to devising a finance improvement plan, and the aim is to have that finance improvement plan drafted for consideration by CMT in particular by the end of the calendar year. However, what I would say is that I recognise that finance improvement plan is going to take a while to be worked through. It's going to have a series of actions that are going to have to be phased in. I recognise in the EY report that they're talking about the resource in the finance department. We are looking at ways to streamline and make our processes more efficient, because we're recognising that with the financial pressures we're under, it's very difficult to see how we can afford to significantly increase the capacity in the finance department. So we're trying to look at efficiencies. That's part of our finance improvement plan. But the difficulty with that is that that takes time. And as you may have heard me saying at the audit committee, the focus is very much on the budget and financial sustainability at this point. It's very much on trying to get updated projections, taking into account all the various factors that have been happening in terms of pay awards, interest rates, inflation, these energy costs, all these kind of things. So the team are very stretched, and I'm very conscious of that as CFO, that I have to make sure that I am putting forward something that is ambitious but realistic. There's a lot of work that we want to do in the finance team. There's a lot of enthusiasm for making changes and for improving how we provide information, but it will have to be done over a reasonable time frame.
Okay, thanks for that.
Thanks very much, Mrs. Templeton. Does that answer your question, Councillor Nimmo?
Yeah, that's fine. Thanks very much, Provost.
Thank you. We'll now go to Councillor Spears.
Thank you. My question's really for the Leader of the Administration. Will she let the other group leaders or the Council be privy to the advances she's made to the Scottish Government regarding fighting the cuts to local authority? And here's an offer of help. I'm sure that all the group leaders would be more than willing to help forwarding any letters asking that our budgets don't be cut further, and reminding the Scottish Government of the vital importance in this area, not just for the Scottish Parliament and the Scottish economy, but for the UK economy.
Thanks, Councillor Spears. I think Councillor Meikle-John alluded to that earlier on when she said that discussions will be with COSLA and other leaders, but over to Councillor Meikle-John.
You're absolutely correct. All leaders at senior levels will be making representations through COSLA, Provost, and that will go to both Scottish Government and UK.
Thanks, Councillor Meikle-John. Does that answer your question, Councillor Spears?
Well, no, really, she said at senior levels. Does that mean senior councillors are all groups within the council?
Councillor Meikle-John?
Sorry, excuse me, I've just put a bit of biscuit in my mouth. That will be a cross-party at COSLA, and that will include independents, but that COSLA is the organisation that directly goes to government to negotiate on behalf of local government.
Well, to be honest, I would like our council to put forward highlighting the special case that this district has.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Spears. Anybody else want to comment on that? Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Spears, for your input. Councillor Hannah?
Thank you, Provost. as some will know, I already have written to the Scottish Government about the problems of funding for local government. We have had reports come to the Council about the reductions in funding for local government from the Scottish Government in the past. I'm not going to go back over those areas. If Councillor Spears wants to get together to discuss further representations about the level of funding for local government, I would be more than happy to have discussions with him about that and with anyone else on this council to see if we can take that forward. I am very pleased to hear that it's going to be taken forward through COSLA, and that is only right and proper. But I also think that we can do it, perhaps do it in some other ways as well. In relation to the funding from the Scottish Government, I was very disappointed to hear Councillor Meikle-John talking about the constitutional change needed and that somehow that's going to fix the problem for local government in Scotland. The fact of the matter is that the Scottish Government has reduced spending on local government in Scotland year on year, and reports that we have seen have said that on numerous occasions. This council has no role in promoting constitutional change in Scotland, and I am, as I say, very disappointed to have heard that being brought up. I'll say no more on that because I don't think it's a matter for us to deal with. In relation to the report that is before us, there are significant concerns about the fact that this report gives clear evidence that the council's performance has not been improving since 2018, and on the contrary, has been getting worse. So I think we have to really get behind a financial strategy that enables us to deliver the essential services for the people of the Falkirk area and delivers those things that people really care about, and reduce, if we have to reduce spending, that we do it in areas that is not about cutting services. There are a number of areas recommended in the report. For example, the zero-based budgeting strategy, things that Amanda has talked about earlier on as well. I am well aware of the difficulties that there are in terms of the funding situation that Falkirk Council is in, but I am also well aware of the difficulties that our people who live in the Falkirk Council area are in. And I think it's really important that we make responsible decisions about the areas where there are services that people absolutely need. And I hope that we will be able to do that through the development of our financial strategy.
Thanks, Councillor Hannah. I certainly agree that the financial strategy group will be key for moving forward. Any other questions?
It's probably, I don't know whether it's a question for Amanda or for Kenneth, and I think I've raised this issue before, and I know that work has been ongoing, but obviously the pressures around finances are across the whole public sector, including the Scottish Government, of the challenges that everybody is facing, and I suppose as part of the a financial strategy about opportunities for joint activity and joint efficiencies. You know, we've talked about the SPR, for example, and other issues around a building base and other consumables, and whether there's options around that to be able to look to use our resource, our joint resource, as well as we possibly can. And I am aware that some work has been ongoing, but it's just as part of that improvement in strategy.
Thanks very much for that observation, Councillor Colley. Councillor Binney?
Yes, thank you. I've got a question regarding the whistleblowing and non-compliance. I see there has been a concern mentioned there. I'm sure we all agree that transparency in every organisation is extremely important. However, it's also important for people to be able to report things that they see that isn't correct in an organisation. And what I would like to find out really is the process regarding that, and if somebody can report, can they remain anonymous, and that their investigation will be taken seriously and there will be an outcome, whether that's confidential or not, because every organisation needs to have a good whistleblowing policy out there so that people can trust it and can report things, so we can move on as a council. And if there is processes that isn't right or something's not right, we can address that immediately.
Thanks very much, Councillor Binney. Mrs. Algie?
Thank you, Provost. Happy to pick that up. We have two options for employees to report issues that they believe to be happening, and they have these options to do that anonymously. One is through our normal whistleblowing policy, and those can be reported through to our Chief Governance Officer, and the other one is through to our whistleblowing helpline, which is part of our fraud team. In both cases, any allegations that are made through these whistleblowing lines are dealt with anonymously and they are investigated. So there are options, and we do investigate anything that's reported through these lines to ensure that if there is any substance to them, that these are addressed.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Binney?
Does, no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Laurie.
I want to just come back. Thank you, Provost, on Councillor Colley's point. And I think that when we are in a position of great financial strain as we are, then actually being able to work across partnerships and with others becomes increasingly important. I think there's sometimes a risk that when the financial pressures are very great, that organisations can be pushed back into silos, whereas in fact it's precisely the opposite, which is important. So both in terms of working with partners such as NHS Forth Valley, and I think we all recognise that while some very good work has been done in that space, that we need to progress the broader issues around about integration if we're going to maximise that, and that is something that myself, Patricia Cassidy and others are very focused on at the current time. But we are also in discussion with the other councils in Forth Valley, just exploring if there are areas whereby bringing services together or working collaboratively, we can create efficiencies and resilience in our services and maintain services better at a time of great financial pressure. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much, Mr. Laurie. So the recommendations are, one, Council notes the External Auditor's annual report to members and the Controller of Audit for 21-22, and two, approves the audited annual accounts for 21-22. Can we agree the report?
Agreed.
Thank you. The next items were carried over from the meeting of the 28th of September, and agenda item 4 is review of integrated services, and I believe it's Mrs. Algie that will be speaking to that report.
It is, Provost. Thank you very much. Provost, this report updates members on the actions that we have taken following the integration of the trust services into the council to identify savings options for us. Just as a reminder to council, in February, members agreed as part of our best value action plan that we would consider how we would integrate the trust services into our transformation programme and how we could in turn achieve improvements and efficiencies as part of that transformation work. In March 2022, Council also agreed that as part of the budget setting process, we would identify £750,000 worth of savings from the trust services, and these were built into the budget for 22-23. The main services for integration, as members will know, are sport and leisure, arts and heritage and library services that came from the trust. So to undertake that work, there was a cross-council group set up that included directors, support from PMO and support from finance colleagues. And we considered a number of different factors in developing this work, and these are set out in paragraph 4.5 of your report. In particular, we considered the financial implications of the council and the need to achieve further savings given the financial position of the council. To do this, we set ourselves a target of 400,000 per service, which was above the 750,000 that members asked us to achieve. Section 5 of the report takes you through each of the areas of savings and updates you on the proposals. For sport and leisure, the focus was very much on increasing the footfall and attendance at our venues and sports facilities, and that would bring us in additional income. So significant work has been done to do that and to get attendance levels up, firstly to the pre-pandemic levels and then beyond those. So there's been new marketing of the facilities alongside an enhancement to our sports and leisure facilities, a new booking system and consideration of other uses that we can use our facilities for. That's all been part of that work and has brought £110,000 of additional income. In assessing the market, it's important and it's essential that the council continues to remain competitive in its offering to communities and in its pricing structure, as well as having opening hours that meet customer demand. And that has, we also need the ability there to change these quickly so that we can respond to what our customers actually need from us and to increase footfall and increase income. At paragraphs 5.5 through to 5.7 of the report, some of this is set out, and it is with this in mind that it's been recommended that the Director of Children's Services is delegated the ability to change both the opening hours and the fees for these venues to ensure that we remain agile in our response to the demand from communities, but also in response to the ever-changing profile of the sport and leisure sector which we are operating in. If we haven't fleet of foot of these in these arrangements, it's unlikely that we would maintain the current levels of footfall, but also it's unlikely we would increase that level as well. Members will see that in doing this, we have also said that we will aim to take steps to avoid an impact on those in poverty in any actions that are taken in that regard. You'll also see that Denny Football Centre, as set out paragraph 5.8 and has been closed since March 2020, is part of those considerations. In total, the proposed savings and the additional income from sport and leisure is estimated to be £280,000. And the service are also developing a leisure plan for future development of those facilities. Moving on to Arts and Heritage, within Place Services, Council considered the report on Arts and Heritage at its last meeting on the 28th of September, and I won't say any further on that. That report was agreed at Council. That will achieve an estimated £425,000 of savings. With regards to library services, the current service usage is set out at paragraph 5.12 of the report, and you'll see from that that it clearly tells us libraries are an important asset to our communities, but we also know we could enhance the offering of services through our libraries and try and widen the opportunities for our communities to visit our libraries. Paragraph 5.13 sets out the proposals to achieve £425,000 of savings and or additional income whilst continuing to provide that library service. And there are a number of operational options there that are listed that we're actually working on. So that includes co-locating the library with the hub, which is now in place and working very well. We have the new IT systems, enhancing the use of our libraries, and also looking at how we can use space within our libraries to rent those out for different events. Two further options which are in the report for your consideration is the redesign of the library service in terms of both its opening hours and the location of libraries to meet community needs. Our assessment is that there are more efficient ways to run our library service, and we've identified potential savings options from this. But rather than bringing you proposals on this, it's essential that we don't just give you any options that officers think about. It's essential that instead we now engage with our communities on the options that they would like to see in place and the changes they would like to see in place, and work with our communities on a 5-year plan for the library service, which would meet their needs and deliver the savings. We would look to work with communities, both those who use our library service at present, as well as those who don't use our library service. I think that's really important, because ultimately what we want to provide is an offering which meets the community's needs, but also encourages more people to use the library service. We would also want to consult with our library employees who are at the front line in all of this, and we'll have a lot of good ideas and thoughts about how we can enhance our library service. At the same time, we will link in with our colleagues in place services on the SPR and also on our town centre strategies. It's really important that whatever we do in our communities fits in with those as part of our bigger plans in these areas. We would look to bring back a report early in the new year on options and a plan for the 5-year library options for your consideration at some point early in the new year. Paragraph 7.1 through to 7.4 of the report, you'll see that the target of £750,000 of savings which members set for this year can be achieved, although for this year some are non-recurring savings. And that's very deliberate, because what we didn't want to do was just simply bring to you proposals that didn't take into account the longer term needs of our communities and library service, and instead want to take the time to do that. But subject to member agreement on those proposals when they come back, we would hope that that 750,000 and some additional savings could be achieved in the longer term. The recommendations, Provost, are set out in section 2, and I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mrs Algie. Councillor Meikle-John, do you have a motion?
I'll defer to my portfolio holder and Councillor Bowes.
Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Provost. Following on from a number of reports now that have came forward with senior staff actually working together, it's got to be noted that this is another one of those where it's not a single service, although Mrs Algie has well presented this today, that this is a cross-service work, and that I look forward to more of that in the future. This report covers the work by services on integration of the trust into the council. In the agreed budget this year, 750,000 was identified as a saving sum. This is broken down in sections. I'm going to try and tie it into them as much as possible. I think very importantly, actions to increase income, enhancement of health and fitness facilities, i.e. put money into that, and increased promotion of venues and review of charges will assist. Opening times, as already been mentioned, amendments were made to opening times post-pandemic with minimal disruption, and further consultation with users will happen to ensure that opening hours are responsive to customer demand. This will ensure that services will be the most efficient and cost effective. Denny Football Centre. The centre was, as has been said, closed in March 2020 and would now require really significant investment to reopen it. Therefore, declaring it surplus and disposal would realise the savings as noted in the report. Can I move then on to item 5.1.3? The first 6 items as covered by Mrs Algie are basically operational savings from council officers. The important section in this is the difference for library staff, who under all the time I've been here, under the trust, have always spent Christmas wondering if they were going to be in a job over the next couple of months when there was proposals brought forward from the trust to close libraries. Council have been listening to staff and will be listening to the library's customers, and as has been said, the people who currently are not customers, to develop a plan to grow and deliver library service such that the people need in the form of the aforementioned 5-year plan for the service. This will also include speaking to other council services to build in the co-location of services that is already happening, reducing the cost to libraries and bringing additional services into our libraries. Hopefully most people have seen the advertising of the stuff that the libraries have been doing, especially over the summer period. I think there's been some great activities, and I think the library staff in particular have to be applauded for that. These actions, I hope, will give comfort, continuity and stability for our library staff over the coming years. And I therefore propose the recommendations as laid out in item 2.1 of this report. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bowes. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Murtagh?
Yeah, I'm happy to second, and I'll reserve the right to come back at this stage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Hannah, do you have an amendment?
I have no amendment, no.
Councillor Kerr, do you have an amendment?
No amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Spears, do you have an amendment?
I don't have an amendment, but I have some questions.
Yes, okay. Open up for debate. We'll go, first of all, we'll go to Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Provost. Again, I've just got a question. Just in relation to the sports and leisure situation, obviously being a local member in Grangemouth, we have Grangemouth Stadium and the Grangemouth Sports Centre. Do we have baseline usage figures for these facilities? Because we need something to compare if we're going to advertise these facilities and try and get more footfall through the door. Do we have these figures readily available?
Thanks, Councillor Nimmo. We'll just go over to Mr Naylor for a response.
These figures can be provided, Councillor Nimmo. I will undertake to get them for you. Are you talking specifically about the stadium in Grangemouth?
It's the stadium and the sports complex.
Okay, I'll arrange for that to be sent to you.
Thanks very much.
Okay, next we'll go to Councillor Balfour.
Thanks, Provost. Just a question. On page 191, 5.13, the section refresh library ICT systems. I just wondered what library management system we're going over to and what systems are being cancelled.
Mrs Algie.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. I don't have the name of the new system, but certainly by moving on to the new system, the old systems would certainly be cancelled. So there would be a change in the costs of that arrangement, which results in some of the saving there.
Okay, so is it just changing the one LMS for another, or is there other systems in there that are looking to be cancelled as well?
Provost, if I'm happy to pick that up. There are a variety of different systems used within the library, and we would look at the most efficient way to deliver those systems by consolidating wherever possible, and through getting the newer system that will help us achieve savings, but also through the integration with the council. We've also looked at other peripheral systems such as how we connect to the council's Wi-Fi instead of having a separate provider at a cost for that, etc. So there are a number of different factors in that. Thanks.
Okay, thanks for that.
Thank you. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. Councillor Bowes said that they were concentrating regarding the libraries on advertising, but all the advertising that comes out just says Falkirk Libraries, Falkirk Libraries. We need to recognise there's other towns in the district, Denny, Grangemouth, etc. And can I also ask if the libraries are going to be used as areas for, to combat fuel poverty, warm places? Are we going to be advertising that, but advertising them as separate libraries rather than just Falkirk Library?
Thanks, Councillor Spears. We'll go to Councillor
19.1.
Oh, 19.1. Okay, thanks, Councillor Bowes.
It's a misrepresentation of what I said. I said that all libraries had been advertising. There had been events in all libraries in the Falkirk area, and I'd hoped that everybody would welcomed, including Grangemouth and O'Boness as well. In fact, I should do remember that I was asked by a councillor if there was anything happening in Grangemouth, and I was actually able to give them the details of a number of things, because actually all the details were there.
Thanks, Councillor
Bowes. Thanks, Councillor Bowes. I'm very aware of what's happening.
Hold on a minute, Councillor Spears.
Sorry.
Councillor Spears, will just bring in Mr Gillespie on the Warren Spaces issue you raised.
Thank you, Provost. Just to answer that question, the libraries have always been there. I'm open to anybody who wants to come in to use library, but also to come in if they feel that they need a heat or some additional support. The libraries themselves are always there for the public, and we're promoting them for the public. So not just about warm spaces, Councillor Spears, but any other further support, as Mrs Algie has said there, that the libraries are providing now, which is wraparound support for anybody in need.
Thanks very much, Mr Gillespie. Councillor Spears, is that okay?
No, that's great, because I think there's going to be a great deal of need for council premises, not just libraries, to be used as warm spaces over the winter due to not just fuel poverty, but the safe places for people to go that can't afford the increased prices in heating.
Thanks very much, Councillor Spears. I think Mr Gillespie has given us reports before on libraries, and as Councillor Bowes said, it's all libraries across the district, so we're not disenfranchising anyone at all. We'll go to Councillor Steinbach.
Thank you, Provost. I'd like to echo the comments about the activities done over the summer to engage in the library work. The staff at the libraries do absolutely fantastic job providing access to not only places for learning academically, but also practical skills. I know myself, I learned how to play guitar pretty badly, but in a Falkirk library, as well as being social venues for the people of Falkirk. That's why I do have concerns about this report, which I would just like some elaboration on. I've understood through questioning previously in the executive around opening hours, how that's going to fit into the service structure redesign that's on page 192 at paragraph 5.13. But I'd like some elaboration. I'm not sure whether this question is best directed at Ms Algie or Mr Naylor on this point, what they perceive redesigning service being, and will there be any closures of the spaces in which people, especially young people, engage in learning in both sports centres and libraries across the district.
Thanks very much, Councillor Steinbach. We'll go to Mrs Algie for that.
Thank you, Provost. In terms of the library redesign, our intention would be to engage with our communities on what their needs actually are, how we can enhance that service, what opening hours they would like to see the libraries open for. We know there's been numerous proposals over the years about library opening hours. I think it's really important that we actually engage with communities on what their needs are in that respect. In terms of locations, we are not setting out to close libraries. It's more about what the appropriate location is for the library. So is there a better location in some areas that the community would prefer to see it in? Is it more accessible? Could it be done more efficiently if we join it up with another service area? Would that make it better for our communities if they were going to a location that had multiple different service offerings in it, for example? But that is why we're suggesting that we engage with our communities to ensure that we have that conversation and get their views on it. With the leisure plan, Robert may wish to say more, but that is simply at early stages at this point in time, and Robert may wish to come in and say more on that. Thanks.
Mr Naylor, are you coming in?
Yes, thank you, Provost. What is meant in the report is that what we're currently doing is a review of the various activities that happen within sport and leisure matched against each of the locations, and what we'll be doing is taking a view on where centres are currently open but the footfall is very low compared with where we have relatively high footfall and generate considerable income. So proposals will emerge in terms of how we can make the sport and leisure offer as good as it can be, but obviously given the financial context of the council, we're looking to generate efficiencies as we move forward.
Thanks, Mr Naylor. We'll now go to Councillor Redmond.
Thanks, Provost. First, I think I'd just like to agree with Councillor Bowes. Libraries are a real asset to our communities, and it's good to see them being given proper recognition, invested in, being more involved in the communities as well with schools and things. So I think that's quite a welcome part. Just kind of following on from what Councillor Nimmo said about getting statistics on things. I think Mr Naylor said he would give just Grangemouth, but it'd be good to have statistics overall so that we can properly review this, because at the end of the day, it's going to be the members that are the judge of this, if they like it or not. So we need to know how many memberships have we got just now. After these measures are implemented, I don't know how long down the road, but we take a review. Have the memberships went up or down? What is an effect on it? What, I don't know, maybe even get people's ideas. But we need statistics so we can compare them off to. And I think at some point we need to have a review. I don't know if the review should maybe come to a scrutiny or whatever, but that's my opinion. We do need statistics so that we can review this, because the members will be the judge of this. It might be a success. We might get more members. You never know, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. My next question was the Denny Football Centre, which is, I went up and seen it, and I put a post on Facebook asking about it, which maybe ruffled a few feathers. But most people kind of accepted that it did have to go. It's an ageing building. It's on the site of the old Denny High School, and you know I went up and seen it myself. It's no pretty, but it is a shame to lose another five-a-side football pitch, and that's on the back of 6 five-a-side football pitches we've lost at the Falkirk Stadium. So I'd just like to ask, what is there a future for five-a-side in football in Falkirk? Are we going to look at investing in five-a-side pitches elsewhere? I just think it's really important. The second part would be, and it's page 190, 5.8. Just the last wee bit. The team to consider the options for disposal. If this proposal is agreed, it is projected that it will result in a saving of £30,000. It was mentioned at the executive that this land was to be used for council housing. Is that the case, or is all options being considered for disposal? Thank you. I think that's all my questions on it.
Thanks very much, Councillor Redmond. Mrs. Algie, I wonder if you'd like to comment on the data collection and the other issues that Councillor Redmond raised.
Yeah, we've certainly got membership numbers for libraries, but I was wondering whether it was the leisure data that you were looking for, in which case, Provost, would it be okay to bring in Mr. Naylor?
Mr. Naylor?
Yeah, just in response to that, as I mentioned, we're currently working our way through the analysis that I've previously described. But what I can do is, in addition to what I agreed with Councillor Nimmo, we can give all members some usage details of the various centres, and also provide some information on the memberships numbers that we have currently compared with what it was pre-pandemic. On the point of five-a-side football pitches, the council doesn't have any current plan to be building any five-a-side football pitches, but what I would say is that those that use the Denny Football Centre are being accommodated elsewhere. So any activity that was pre-pandemic hasn't ceased. We found alternative venues for the users of that facility, and to the best of my information, everybody is content, and there has been no clamour from any user group to go back into that centre.
Thanks, Mr. Naylor. Mrs. Algie, anything to add? Is that a satisfactory answer, Councillor Rib?
More or less. I mean, I would obviously like to see, if the site is sold, maybe a remuneration could maybe come towards maybe another sports facility in the area, but that's further down the road. The other question was just obviously about the disposal of the site. Is it going to be used for council housing, or are we looking at all options for disposal? I don't know. Could someone answer that?
Mr. Naylor? Mr. Naylor?
Yeah, I'm afraid I can't answer that question, Provost. The process is that the asset is declared surplus to requirement, and then the council takes a decision as to what the future use of the land is. My understanding from discussions elsewhere was that at the time that the original Denny High School was demolished, I think there may have been a plan for there to be for that site to be used for housing, and I would defer maybe to Mr. Gillespie to see if he can add any more light on that particular subject.
Thank you. Mr. Gillespie, can you add anything?
Provost, thank you. Any sites that come up do come through the housing team. We will look at that and evaluate that in the same direction as we do in our SHIP that was passed through the executive last month. So there is a process that will follow, and it will be considered for the viability if new council housing would be put on that land.
Thanks, Mr. Gillespie. Is that okay, Mr. Redmond? Councillor Redmond? Right, battery low, is it?
Oh, it started working. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Thanks, Provost.
Councillor Binney, did you have your...
Thank you. I just wanted to make the point, libraries are very important for everybody in our community and very popular with them as well. I just want to say is I don't want to label libraries a one bank or a one place. People in our communities know what libraries is all about. They know that, all the services that they offer in libraries. In actual fact, that could turn it the wrong way in the sense that communities, people in our communities might not go to them if they're labelled like that. That's the point I want to make, is we should be encouraging the services that they use. I think there will be a increase in footfall in all the libraries, maybe during the winter, especially if it's a cold winter, but it's up to people themselves to make that choice rather than put a label on libraries that it's a one place. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Councillor Binney. And as it says in the report, there's a 5-year strategic plan, so we'll look at all these issues really to make sure that libraries are fully integrated into the communities and provide the services we think they should provide. Go to Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost. I'm going to put forward a strange proposal that we shut all libraries and try and prevent Councillor Steinbank learning how to play the guitar very badly. Sorry, Ewan. No, I'd just like to echo Councillor Redmond's comments regarding the football centre. It is another loss of a five-a-side pitch, another facility within the full council. Councillor Redmond's quite rightly pointed out we've already lost another 4 or 5 pitches. So it's just this knock-on effect. Yeah, we're making savings. We are having to cut back because we don't have the finances in place. But I just wonder, what are we causing? What effects are we causing to our communities when we're taking these facilities away, when we're cutting back in these facilities? All I hear persistently is how people's mental health has been affected during the past 2 years, where that social intercourse has been curtailed to a certain extent. We're now only coming through that and we're starting to open up again. And in actual fact, what we are doing is quite the reverse and closing down facilities like this. Again, apologies to you. And I mean, libraries are fantastic assets. I remember as a kid going to libraries in Glasgow and picking up Hergé's Adventures of Tintin. It's where I learned a fascination to read and to educate. So they're wonderful facilities, and we must be doing everything that we can to promote them, promote their use. The second element to it is going back to the football centre. I don't know if it has already been answered or if we don't specifically have the answer, whether it was Councillor Bowes or Mr Gillespie or even Mr Naylor. What are our plans for the football centre? Obviously, we're trying to get shot of it, trying to raise some money for it. But what ultimately would our goal be for that? Is it that we sell to a developer for demolition so that they can then build some private housing? I'm aware that there was a planning application, I think, but there was certainly a proposal for housing on the old Denny High School site, which is problematic because it's prone to flooding. There are some issues with the Solum on that full site. I think we've, as a council, have had to withdraw from the proposals, whether it was social housing, quite an element of social housing was involved in it, or whether there was also private housing involved in it. I just wonder, it's almost a kind of rhetorical question, Provost. I don't know if we have any idea what we're proposing to do with the Denny Football Centre site in context with the full old Denny High School site. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor McCabe. I think it was touched on earlier that if it becomes available, we put up for the land would be put up for sale, and whoever would buy it would buy it. But maybe defer to Councillor Mrs. Algie.
Thank you, Provost. Provost, the decision on Denny Football Centre, as I understand it correct, if I understand it correctly, and Mr. Naylor will advise if I'm wrong in this, but it is still to go to the Education, Children and Young People's Committee for them to consider. It's subject to committee's consideration of that site, it would then go through due process of being considered for housing or for other developments. But that would still be subject to the Education Young People's Committee actually looking at the site and whether it continues as a football site or not. So that process is still to go through. So we're not at the stage of looking at what the use of the site would be yet.
Is that a good enough answer for you, Councillor Mick? Thank you. Councillor Bundy?
Thank you, Provost. I do believe that libraries are a great asset to the community, and I'm a very keen reader. So in the past week, I think I've read 5 books. And in I think I did do a quick check, and I think I could only find 1 in Falkirk Library services, and they're not like very rare books. They're books that you can get quite easily. One was actually a biography on Alex Salmond as an act of political
I've got that in
outreach.
my house if you want it, James. Going very, very cheap.
But when I studied, I went to the library all the time. When I lived in London, I went to the library all the time. In Falkirk, I don't go to the library all the time because the books that I read aren't there. And when I go and request, it says, oh, we can find it in 3-4 weeks. Often I'm doing a research project and I need to get it straight away. And with Amazon Prime, I can go, I'm fortunate enough to have the finances to do that, but go on Prime and order it, and it's there the next day. So I think when looking at the future of the library, there are people who want to go in and read and study a wide variety of topics. So 17th century British history is my area of interest. I can hardly find the books that I need for my studies in the library. So I think outreaching and seeing with schools possibly the areas that pupils are interested in studying and working together to try and promote wide academic and interest reading, encourage young people and others to just follow their passions and research and do what they want to do.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bundy. I'm sure your thoughts have been noted. We'll now go to Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. I would like to, first of all, kind of agree with all the comments that have been made about how wonderful libraries are. I too have memories of learning to read and having access to a wide variety of literature that might not have been available in my own home, which perhaps my parents didn't really approve of, but that's a whole different ballgame. The library service is a fantastic service. It is absolutely vital in our communities, and I'm very pleased to hear Councillor Algie saying that, and by the way, congratulations on your election. I'm very pleased to hear Mrs. Algie saying that there are no plans whatsoever for closure of any of the libraries. Libraries are a wonderful asset within our communities, but so too are our sports and leisure facilities. Sports and leisure facilities are absolutely vital. Councillor McCabe commented on the importance following the COVID lockdowns and all the problems we've had over the last couple of years of people's mental health and well-being. Now, the way that you improve health and well-being, mental health in particular, for some people, that's reading books. For some people, that's going out and playing sports. For some people, it's music, it's drama, it's arts and leisure. So I think we have to be very cautious as we are looking at potential savings in each of these areas. And we need to be very cautious because we are only just coming out of the COVID times. Footfall may be down because of COVID, and it takes a while for people to begin to have the confidence to go back to some of these facilities. And I think it's really important when we are looking at the footfall that we don't just take a snapshot for where we're at the moment, but we give the opportunity for people to begin to come back to these services. All these services are important in our communities. They're important for educational purposes, they're important for mental health and well-being purposes, they're important for socialisation and enabling people to meet and greet neighbours and friends. So let's be careful about what we're doing. And I would like to echo what Councillor Redmond was saying about data. We really need, I still find it quite difficult to see that we can reduce the hours in services and increase the footfall. If we can, that's great, but I think we need to be cautious and we need to see the data that is behind that.
Thanks, Councillor Hannah. We'll now go to Councillor Nimmo, who wants to come back in again.
Thanks very much for your indulgence, Provost. It's just another question on the back of some of the comments that's already been made. Our new high schools have fantastic sports facilities, and Robert, I'm just wondering if we could get usage figures for the facilities at our high schools as well.
Mr. Naylor?
Yes, that can be provided. So you're talking about out of school hours usage figures?
Yeah, for the public usage, yeah.
Yep, I'll include that in what I'm going to prepare. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Murtagh?
Thanks, Provost, and I echo many of the comments that you know, fellow members have made, particularly around libraries, and it's good to know that I share in common with Councillor Bundy a great love of reading. I think I'll reciprocate by, I think it's Out of the Blue, or I'm not sure if the title keeps changing. I'll put that book on my Christmas card list, a Christmas list, in case it can't be procured by the library service. But on a serious level, I think you know, one of the important things to remember about our library service and the asset that we have there, not just in the buildings and in the facilities that are there, are our staff. Our library staff are a fantastic asset to Falkirk Council, and the work that they undertake, you know, the variety of facilities and activities within our libraries is really quite astounding. I think they've been showcased very, very well in the Libraries Are for Everyone sessions around all the libraries over the summer and into the autumn, you know, and particularly obviously I was along at my own ward in Larbert Library, just seeing some of the things that go on a routine basis, including the Words for Wellbeing groups, Lego building groups, code, you can learn coding, but also the fact that library staff recently went out to Older People's Day out in the Howgate, you know, and they're outreaching as well, and we can see the change in how, you know, everything from how our community choices, which I would recommend to people if they wanting to get involved in the sessions to learn more about community choices and bid into that funding, are being run in many of our libraries. So there's a great deal of work going on, and I think the staff understand very well the communities that are coming in and their needs too, and I want to thank the staff directly on that. I think important within the report is the, you know, in the section of understanding of allowing the delegation to Director of Children's Services to be able to make decisions on a fleet of foot basis. We all know that the circumstances in which we are operating at the moment in particular are particularly transient over the last few months in economic circumstances, and it is really important that as we get to grips with this data, although it's great that, you know, members want to see the usage figures, etc., that we can make those decisions in a way that's going to benefit you know, the facilities in a real term basis. I also want to say there's been some comments, and it's been a little bit negative about, you know, the closure of facilities, and I think what we have to remember is that although, you know, and Councillor Redmond acknowledged, when we're looking particularly at the Denny Football Centre, it's not fit for purpose. People, our communities will not want to use a facility which is not fit for purpose and which is not attractive and there, you know, for the reasons in which you know, we want to be able to provide it. In closing something and, you know, wisely using the money that is public money that we have in terms of best value, that's a positive step for our communities, and trying to we don't want to just throw good money after bad in order to keep facilities open that nobody wants to use in the first place. that's not a good use of public money, and it's not serving our communities well and trying to keep those facilities open in that way. So I think that it's good to hear, acknowledged having gone and seen it, that it's not a facility where that is, particularly appropriate, and obviously the decision yet to be made by the Children and Young People's Executive. But I think in general terms, this report is positive in putting forward that, the way that we're examining things as a council, the way that we're able to move quickly as a council, that already the positive savings that, or the revenue increases that have been made, and how we've been able to do that in a short space of time, and praise the officers for that. Let's continue to do that, and happy that to formally and to speak to second this report, so that we can continue to make those improvements for the services for everybody that's using them across Falkirk. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh. Councillor Steinbach, you want to come back in?
Yeah, thank you again for your indulgence, Provost. And I'd like to agree we should be using money wisely in this area. And I've just got a couple of questions to follow up to sort of reach that objective, hopefully. So it's just a follow-up on the sort of consultation and engagement exercises with communities we were talking about. I think there's been quite a lot of emphasis on the role libraries can play in young people's education as well. So how are we going to make sure that we're taking the perspectives of young people in regards to our communities where we decide to potentially cite or what, for example, books or classes that we run, knowing that the guitar learning place I went to had many successful students who lacked my innate inability to play it. So just a question on young people's engagement in that process, please.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. It's a really important point, and I think it's one where we want to actually engage with all library users and non-users in the widest sense. So that would include young people, it will include older people, it will include the wide range there. There will be different types of engagement to suit different audiences, and to try and encourage that engagement as well. So that could be in person, it may be online, it can be done in different ways. And we're looking at a variety of different ways to try and do that, so that we don't feel, that no one feels that they've missed out on the opportunity to have their voice heard in that sense.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now go to Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Provost. And apologies, it's not a question, but it's more a point in the back of what Councillor Redmond says. And I think I speak for a few councillors in here when we're all sitting here wondering how on earth Councillor Bundy gets time to read 5 books a week. I think Councillor Kerr will be asking questions of him. But yeah, it's in relation to the five-a-side uptake and the Denny Football Centre and all this kind of stuff. And I'm a committee member at Dunnipace FC, and we were the main users of the hall prior to it closing some time ago. And we don't need it now, probably because of the facility we have now at Dunnipace FC and the state of that 3G pitch, which is mirrored in Bo'ness, and they have the same 3G pitch, and that was through funding from the council and Sport Scotland at the time, and they're brilliant facilities. But I know at Dunnipace FC we've got over 20 teams using that now, and it's not just teams that's using it, it's not just teams affiliated with there. For instance, I'm playing the night at 7-a-sides. If you want to join us, you're more than welcome. But that's where the users are going now. They're finding other facilities, and they're seeing that playing across the pitch is just as good as playing in an indoor facility. But it wasn't being used anything like what it was previously. And also the Denny Centre was the one that was used more for the five-a-sides, and that's why we're all walking with sore knees now, playing in the concrete surface there. But yeah, that's what it is. So it's just more a bit of information around what's happened in Denny.
Thanks very much, Councillor Garner. Councillor Haney, I'll indulge you again.
Thank you for your indulgence, Provost. It was just one small point that I wanted to make and failed to do in my previous contribution. I'm very glad to see that we're talking about 5-year plans here. I think one of the things that does cause problems in local government is not looking forward far enough. And I know that some of that is as a result of funding issues, but I think we really need to think bigger, think longer term, and have plans for the future. The only thing I would say on that is, so thank you for doing that, but in the report it says that in relation to libraries and in relation to sports and leisure facilities, there's a plan for a 5-year plan. But in relation to arts and heritage, there is no such commitment. And it seems to me that arts and heritage also needs a similar commitment. because it is equally as important.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Hannah. I wouldn't disagree with that.
Provost, can I just briefly come in? I know you want to wind up the debate at times,
Okay,
but
thank you.
just to say that previously Action Heritage was within the Falkirk Community Trust, and there was a 5-year plan for that. It kind of ran out towards the end, and that's why a lot of things are coming back in. And I'm pleased that you're talking, Councillor Hannah, about looking at a 5-year plan, because that's not always been the view in the past, and that's been one of the difficulties that we've had.
Thanks, Councillor Meikle-John. Councillor Browse, you have the opportunity to sum up if you wish.
Yeah, very quickly, you'll be pleased to hear. I'm very pleased to hear the very positive reaction. It's good to see that people are picking up on what the libraries have been doing. If you go back to what I was talking about, I was talking about the people in the libraries, not the people that use it, but very importantly, the staff was the big part of what I was talking about. Want to congratulate them for what they've done, and also to give them this bit of surety going forward. And I welcome all the comments from everybody today.
Thanks very much, Councillor Browse. It's been a very interesting debate, and certainly it shows that our libraries are key hubs throughout the district. So can we agree with recommendations in the report?
Agreed.
Thank you. We'll now have a 15-minute comfort break. Thank you.
Can you hear me, Councillor?
I hear you, Kenny. How are you?
Bad, not bad. I loved your pop earlier on that you had.
Well, the thing is, at the end of the day, it might have been a bit, but I'm a right, obviously I'm a military man, and I wear the poppy with pride, but what was I going to say to you? See this next item? I'm going to have, aye, it's perfect. Aye, the poppy. There are not many people wearing them, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I think I've seen one person out in the street with a poppy, but it's only started on the 24th.
Yeah. It was, no, it was just when I seen yours, it was very colourful when I was looking at it. Very colourful.
Well, the fact is that I couldn't see the screen for it. All right, Alan?
Doing fine, Billy.
How's your daughter getting on, the athlete?
She's just officially retired for athletics.
Is she?
Yeah, she's at the age where she couldn't really compete with the youngsters.
All right.
So she's retired. She's still the current women's record holder for the long jump in Scotland, though.
Very good.
Still holds the record for that.
Thanks, Anne. Yeah. So is she back in Scotland living?
Sorry, Billy, you talking to me?
Aye, is she back? Is she still living in Scotland?
Aye, she's got a house in Larbert.
All right. Was it she was in Kentucky? Was it Kentucky she was in?
She was over there at the university for a while.
Aye, where about?
Oh, now you're asking. I'm not sure, Billy.
Aye. Because I remember when Malcolm and me went out to Kentucky, she was at university there.
Aye, that's right. Yeah.
How are you, Anne? Fine.
I'm getting fine.
Good.
Just getting on with things, Bella. We've just all got to, haven't we?
No, listen. Can you hear me? Okay. You'll be getting an email. We've got a big. The Festival of Remembrance has been cancelled this year in the town hall. So we're organising, the Anchor Som Association is organising a concert, and one of the acts in it's going to be the new Bowness Community Accordion Band.
Right.
So you'll be getting an email. All members will be getting an email with an invitation, and we'll hopefully get a bit in the Bowness banter page and all the banter pages, because it's a free night. The tickets are free, and we're hoping to get as many people for the community as possible going that night. That's Saturday the 12th.
Right, that's fine. Just drop me an email because I can send it on to my contacts.
Right, perfect.
Billy, I'll give you my apology just now. I'll be on holiday, so I'll not be available to attend.
So where are you away? Anywhere nice?
Tenerife on the 9th of November.
Perfect. Where about are you going to?
Playa del Americas.
All right, very good.
Been there a few times.
We usually go to Port Cologne. We've got a friend who's got a wee flat there. We usually go there, or up at a decky.
Right.
Pom, 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 pom.
Okay, well, welcome back. Next item on the agenda item 5, Scheme of Assistance Housing Investment Programme Owner Occupier Charges, and I believe it's Mr Gillespie that's going to speak to this report.
Thank you very much, Provost, and good afternoon. Firstly, I'd like to just thank Natalie Moore-Young and her team for pulling together this report for members for Council today. I'm aware that members have read the report, so I'll just go over the salient points in my normal fashion. Section 1 of the report outlays the reason for the report, the purpose of the report. Within Section 4 of the report, it provides some background highlighting the main areas of concern and a consequence of the right to buy legislation where 48% of the Council's previous owned housing stock are now privately owned, and how, where required and applies, the terms of the Tenement Scotland 2004 Act comes into process. Section 5.31, Section 5 highlights that the Housing Scotland Act, which reflects the fact that owners are responsible for maintaining and repairing their own properties, and also that the review of the Council's scheme of assistance was agreed by Executive Committee in June 2019. And this is where the introduction of discretionary payment assistance was devolved. The current scheme of assistance includes discretionary payment assistance that allows owners to pay a lump sum and the balance over an agreed term. For owners living in a home, their term is for 5 years. For owners acting as a private landlord, this is 1 year. Also, Section 5 outlines some potential costs depending on the amount of potential owners that are within a calendar year at any one time. Again, that would be subject to checks, balances of housing missives. Section 6 lays out the consultation that we've done with our local authorities via our Scottish Housing Network, and also shows that none offer deferred payments until sale or death of the property. Other authorities offer discretionary assistance in certain circumstances with specific assistance and recovery similar to Falkirk. Section 7 lays out our financial arrangements under the present scheme. However, any change that would have an additional cost would have a significant impact and determine it to our housing investment programme. Section 8 highlights the flexibility that we do offer to assist owners. Provost, that was a very quick overview because I appreciate members have read the report. I would refer members back to Section 2 of the report where the recommendations are laid out, and as always, I'm happy to answer any questions on this report.
Thanks very much, Mr Gillespie. Now go to Councillor Meikle-John. Do you have a motion, Councillor Meikle-John?
Again, Provost, I'll defer to my portfolio holder, Councillor Bowes.
Councillor Bowes.
Hey, thank you, Provost. Can I first say that I understand the sentiment behind this motion, which brings this report to Council. However, the scheme of assistance was amended as recently as 2019 to include discretionary payment assistance, where homeowners can have 5 years interest-free period to pay for the works carried out to their homes as part of improvement works. Private landlords can also have 1 year to pay for the works. Excuse me. To extend the scheme by applying interest rates either directly or indirectly. Can I add that I actually wrote this for the last meeting and I obviously didn't know about this amendment, so it's not written in direct to the amendment, but I will say it as it is. It would require a resource for council staff and maybe perceived as a council profiting from homeowners, and therefore I would not be keen on that amendment. If this step was not realised, the cost was most likely fall back to the council, and as the HRA is actually financed by rent payers, that's the rent payers who would then be covering any defaults in that. It could also be done potentially through the general revenue account. I've got to say though, what we spoke about today and earlier matters, I think putting the potential additional costs on the general revenue account probably is not the best thing we could be doing at this moment in time. Extending until sale or death brings a particular strong challenge And the HRA, or the Housing Revenue Account, for those who don't know what the HRA is, sorry, I know that people get a bad habit of talking in letters in here, would have the potential to end up carrying a huge amount of debt, which is shown in the report could amount to £900,000 per year and cumulatively every year. This would ultimately be homeowner debt, again held by the rentpayers of Falkirk. As I've already said, the HRA is funded by the rents of our tenants, not by governments. Additionally, the extension of the current scheme would require additional staff to operate and maintain the debt in both housing and the legal department, which again would be costed to the HRA. The debt and the additional resource would directly affect the work of the HRA and could significantly affect the housing investment programme which our tenants pay for. I hope the mover of the motion will be content with this report from the Housing Department. And again, and as has been said by Mr Gillespie, I congratulate the officers in bringing it forward. I am happy and content to move the recommendations as set out in paragraph 2.1 of this report, items 1 and 2. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bowes. Do you have a seconder for that?
Yeah, I'm happy to second that. I think, like Councillor Bowes, I have a sympathy for those who find repairs and investment to their properties challenging. I think, I mean, I'm one of the people who wasn't in favour of selling off council housing, but I think we need to think really carefully about this in relation to the fact that the potential to affect future council housing. And if we're investing in effect in people who own their own homes with the money from people who pay rents, we're affecting future tenants as well, and also future investments in upgrading households as well. And I think, as I said, I do have sympathy, but I do not believe that it's the right time to extend any scheme of assistance on that basis, and I'm happy to second the recommendations.
Thanks very much, Councillor Colley. Councillor Hannah, you have an amendment. Who's speaking to you?
I defer to Councillor Nimmo, who's my portfolio holder.
Councillor Nimmo?
Yeah, thanks, Provost. Do you want me to move the amendment just now?
Yes.
Okay, just give me a second. The amendment's been circulated to officers, and I'm assuming that all the different groups have copies of this, and you'll be able to put one up on the screen as well. The amendment's quite short, so I'll read it out for everybody's benefit. This council recognises the importance of the scheme of assistance in relation to owner-occupier charges. To this end, council agrees to a further, more detailed report coming forward with the possibility of extending the scheme. As part of this, council instructs officers to come back with options in relation to the engaging of a financial partner to allow the payback period to be extended from 5 to 20 years. Thus allowing owner-occupiers longer to repay their loan. This will help support financially struggling families during the current cost of living crisis. That's the amendment, Provost, and I'm happy to move that. If we look at the report, the average cost of repairs currently for either repairs or upgrade work is sitting at £15,500. Now, even if you take a lump sum of £5,000, paying that back over a year, it means £875 per calendar month. Paying it back over 5 years with the same lump sum still equates to £218 per calendar month. So there is an added financial burden being put on homeowners here, and that's something that we're looking to try and address, hopefully, with this amendment. We have to bear in mind the cost of living crisis that we're currently in at the moment, and the impact that that's going to have on mortgage payments. A lot of families and homeowners out there are struggling at the moment, and it's only going to get worse for them. We're trying to limit the impact by bringing this amendment forward. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Nimmo. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Steinback.
Yeah, happy to second, Provost, and echo the points Councillor Nimmo has been made, having engaged with a few constituents who have had as Councillor Nimmo illustrated, had to deal with bills across 5 years, it's quite clear, I think, during the cost of living crisis, that this is proportionate action that we can take to mitigate those payments. Happy to second.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kerr, do you have any amendment?
No amendment, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Spears, do you have an amendment? You're on mute, Councillor Spears.
Sorry, no amendment, but a question.
Okay, thank you. We'll now just open it up for discussion. So on you go, Councillor Spears.
There's a great deal of concern, especially by senior citizen owner occupiers, regarding refurbishment and Scottish Government legislation regarding fire alarms, you know, insulation values. Can I ask, is there a set out programme and leaflets which offer help to people? You know, we call it in Grangemouth the Battenberg syndrome, when you see a 4 in a block where 2 are insulated in opposite corners, and the other people that can't afford that level of insulation because it's very high. Is there programmes coming forward from the Scottish Government to help the people to insulate their homes to meet the zero targets for green emissions and insulation?
Thanks very much, Councillor Spears. We'll go to Mr Gillespie for a response on that.
Thank you, Provost. There has been many programmes, Councillor Spears, and there still is, where we do external render systems, where it's an insulated render system. There is financial support there with the reduction of carbon. There is also potential monies available where we look at a greener heating system as well when looking at these projects, as well as when we use insulated roof systems as well. So that is part of the reason why we are doing this programme, where it does have a positive impact on the owner occupiers, where it will look at heat retention and heat loss. So in many ways, appreciate the cost and what members have highlighted earlier, but it does have a positive impact in regards to the fuel aspect of the payment.
Thanks very much, Mr Gillespie. Is that a good enough answer, Councillor Spears?
Well, how many people are actually taking it up? Is the cost still prohibitive? And do we, as your policy, buy back local authorities, buy back houses that haven't been brought up to standard?
Provost, for yourself, any buyback property, we bring it up to the correct standard that's required under the Scottish Housing Quality Standard, Councillor Spears, and we have been supporting private owners for numerous years now when funding has been available. So this has been going on for, to the best of my knowledge, over 10 years of funding where available. We've been helping the private sector to do that.
Thanks very much, Mr Gillespie. We'll now go to Councillor Buchanan.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay, Provost?
Aye, no problem at all.
Thank you very much. I think it's important I have something to say on this, because although you've got a report on your agenda, it doesn't state exactly, it mentions the fact about the motion that came forward to Council, but it doesn't mention the fact it was myself that brought the motion forward. I'm going to give you a brief history, especially for the new people in relation to this. 2017, there was the word works, rough casting and re-roofing in the flats in Bonnybridge. At that particular time, people that owner-occupiers had came to myself and another a local member in relation to the factors that they were really concerned about the costings involved in this. Now, what happened was, after a number of meetings between the constituents, and can I say this, no officials took part in these proceedings, then what happened was I was taken out of the equation when another one of the councillors that was there had taken the matter on. Now, the fact is that was 2017. It was only in 2021 that once again I had a number of constituents that came down to my surgery, remember 4 years later, to tell me that they had just received bills in for 11 up to £13,000 for those works. Now, the fact is, forget about the length of time for that. And can I say at this stage that I had a meeting on more than one occasion with Mr. Gillespie, and I've got to say this, that Mr. Gillespie is a tremendous officer, and he just lays it on the line about the policies that the council has. Councillor Meikle-John as well came to a meeting with myself, ex-councillor Grant, to discuss this issue. But the fact is, it's a very, very serious matter for people, because of the fact is that getting a bill for £11,000 to £13,000 is really, really horrendous, especially after the 4-year period. Now, the fact that in relation to the motion, if you look at the Appendix 1, it tells you quite clearly that the options currently provided by the scheme of assistance do not include the option to defer payment, example, through the charging order of the point where the property is sold or the owner passes away. Now, that was a sticking point for us because of the fact is that this had been used on another occasion in the high flats, so there was a precedent set at that particular time. So there was a lengthy debate on this issue. Now, it was my intention this morning to put an amendment forward to the motion, but after hearing the Labour's amendment, I'm quite happy to support that. What I've got to say this quite clearly is that we're there to support our constituents. At that particular time, the constituents, and some of them still don't speak to me yet, because of the fact is that we were unable to try and provide a way forward for them. But I believe that Mr. Gillespie and his team have now been in contact, I think, between 11 and 13 people that were involved that time, and they've all signed up for repayments. So, once again, I thank Mr. Gillespie. There's no criticism levelled at officers here. Officers did a tremendous work, but the fact is that the system, in my mind, is totally inadequate, and I believe that the amendment that's been put forward by the Labour group will give me and my constituents more hope that we're not going to get through the same period that we had in 2017 to 2021. So I'll be moving with the amendment. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Councillor Buchanan. We'll now go to Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Provost. Retrofitting our properties is very important to reach our net zero target. There is a statistic which states that around 80% of housing that is standing today will be here in 100 years' time. So it's very important that these buildings are retrofitted to be as net zero as possible. And there's added benefits to that as well. It will reduce the use of energy and therefore energy bills. For owners, it'll make damp less likely to emerge in the housing. So it's good for people's finances, good for their health, and it's good for the environment. And this council has declared a climate emergency, and therefore I think it's appropriate that resources are allocated to the retrofitting of housing, but finances are limited. So we have to make balances and decide as a council where those finances are best placed. But when we are debating the climate change briefs and climate change emergency, I think the retrofitting of council properties initially and then wider properties should be at the absolute forefront of our minds.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bundy. Now go to Councillor Hahn.
Thank you, Provost. I agree with a number of the comments that have been made. There are issues here about the cost of living. There are issues here about climate change. There are issues here about a lot of different matters. But fundamentally, the issue here in this report is we are given two options, option 1 and option 2, with a recommendation that we accept option 1. Option 1, we know what that involves. Option 2, the report says, if you want option 2, we'll need to give you another report. Now, it seems to me that it's not right to ask us as councillors to make a decision of option 1 or option 2 unless we actually know what option 2 is, because therein lies the problem. We need the details. We need the information so that we can make a considered decision. To say oh, we'll have to go and think about it. Why would you recommend option 1 if you haven't already got the information about what option 2 means? So I will be supporting the Falkirk Labour amendment and glad to hear that others will be doing likewise. This is about dealing with a problem that, yes, as Councillor Colley rightly mentioned, was created by the decision to sell council houses. But the point is that the people who bought their council houses are suffering just as much as the people who are living in houses that are still council houses, with the cost of living increases that we're experiencing now. And if they are discouraged from agreeing to certain retrofitting of their properties by the costs of paying back the money, then that's not going to be in anybody's interests at all. I think we need to look at the possibility. We need to have a compassionate approach to the difficulties that people have. The cost of living crisis is not just affecting council tenants. It's not just affecting the poorest people. It's affecting people on middle and upper middle incomes as well. And I think we need to give due consideration to everybody and the impact on everybody.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Hannah. We'll now go to Councillor Patrick.
Yes, thank you. I really more kind of, I don't question or about the motion, the suggesting the engaging of a financial partner. I mean, is a suggestion of that it would be a, an external lender, bank, company who would lend money? Because I'm questioning whether that's something the council actually could do. We could certainly signpost people who are having financial difficulties to the commercial sector where it is possible to put a loan on their property. After all, if they're owners of it, then that's a possibility. If they felt they wanted to extend the period of the loan, a owner-occupier could do that themselves anyway. My other slight concern is, I mean, I really do understand, particularly from Councillor Buchanan, I'm aware of that sort of situation where an owner-occupier almost finds themselves decisions taken out of their hands, because often the council is still the majority owner and they decide that this work has to go ahead when an individual might want to do it but just couldn't have financially contemplated it. But there's a kind of element of fairness here as well, because what we're actually then doing is helping particular owner-occupiers if we're suggesting giving them the sort of extra finance that we're not giving to others that want to do this work but are not linked to a council refurbishment really. So I've a kind of concern about these 2 points. Can we engage with a financial partner, and is it really equitable that we almost favour people who live in particular properties? I mean, it's no suggestion that if I wanted to do this work that I would be given any financial help. I would just have to work this out myself. But it was a decision I took to become a homeowner. So I don't know if anyone can elaborate on those points, please.
Councillor Nimmo, would you like to come in on that? You're on mute, Councillor Nimmo.
Sorry, Provost, first time today. Just as far as the financial partner situation is concerned, we're looking for a report to come back, and I would expect the details regarding this to be contained in the future report. There will be a whole host of different options coming forward, I would hope for, but that'll be part of the report to come forward.
Thanks very much, Councillor Nimmo. I don't know if Mr Gillespie has anything to add at all to that.
Provost, thank you. I've not got anything to add in regards to the financial partner because I would seek legal advice on that. However, in regards to other private owners, this is only, as quite rightly said, local member, this would only affect where owners are in connection with council properties, which does have a detrimental impact on other ex-council properties that are maybe not part of a tenement act, so i.e. are sitting there, 2 houses detached, so they would lose out if that. So yes, there is an issue in regards to the fairness as laid out by previous local member.
Thanks very much, Mr Gillespie. Is that okay, Councillor Patrick?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Redmond?
Thanks. Well, I'd just like to kind of echo what Councillor Buchanan, Councillor Nimmo said, it says at 4.5, the average cost per property for work undertaken in the year 22-23 is £15,500. If you can imagine somebody that's living in maybe, I don't know, a 2-bedroom, 4 in a block, they're not going to be on a high wage or anything. £15,500 could be a lot of money. Potentially it could be a year's salary to some people. So asking them to pay it up over 5 years, is that fair? And you know, one of the phrases was what I have mentioned, decision is taken out of their hands. So if somebody lives in a private house, it's not a council house, the decision's in their hands. They can go and get a new roof if they want, they can go and get new insulation, but the decision is taken out of somebody that lives in a council house's hand. So that surely is unfair. If you've got your own priorities, you're saving towards a holiday, maybe you're saving towards getting a better, bigger house, and then the council come down and slap you with this 15.5 grand that you didn't choose, it's been imposed on you. I just don't think it's fair at all. You know, talking about climate change things, yes, we do need to make sure we reduce emissions. We need to move towards a net zero, but it's also important it's a just transition, and that, you know, we take people's finances into account and people's cost of living. We can't just impose 15,500 payments on people that can't really afford it. Another question, I don't know if I got this right, but I think Councillor Bowes was saying it's estimated to cost £900,000 per year. Obviously, the HRH Housing Revenue account is different to the General Fund account. Could I just ask, I don't know if Amanda or Kenny could clear this up. We're looking at making a lot of cuts to the General Fund, but what's the situation with the Housing and Revenues account? Because I think I seen a report that it was in surplus at one point. You know, it is just a report. We're just asking for options. We're not saying you have to go with this, and I think we owe it to people, instead of just saying you need to pay £15,500, we owe it to people to look into it, see if we can get a finance partner on board. I don't know if that's the best option, but we do owe it to people to at least look in, because it is not fair to ask people on low incomes to just pay £15,500 and taking the option out of their hands. So that's what I've got to say, and I'll be back in the Labour motion. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Councillor Redmond. Mr. Gillespie, would you like to pick up on any of these points?
Please, and I'll share the response with my colleague, Ms Templeman there, as we're both looking to come in there. With regards to the first thing, as the councillor said, is I'll use the terminology, apologies councillor, where you said we just slap this cost on the individual. There's a due process that we have to go through. There is voting rights that everybody has, and that's through the Tenement Act, and that's all part of when you buy the property. You're aware of this? Sorry, the individual's aware of that when they buy the property, and it's quite clear. This process has can go to judicial review if required through the Sheriff Courts as well, and that's always an option. The one thing that I would remind Council that owner-occupiers can also go and have properties upgraded and bill the Council as well. We are not doing these repairs or upgrades because it's nice to do. We're doing it to extend the longevity of the properties. These properties need these repairs done. They are supported by qualified architects and engineers when we progress this work. So just to give Council a bit of clarity behind that, I would like to go into the finances of the HRA, but I think my colleague is better versed on that at the present time, Mrs Templeman, Provost, if that's okay.
No problem. Mrs Templeman.
Thanks, Provost. Councillor Redmond's right that the HRA has been in surplus in the past, and the HRA has a reserve. However, that's very much a planned position. The reason that we tried to increase the HRA reserve was so that we could support the housing investment programme. So we worked to a 50-year model, and we're currently in the process of updating that. We've got a meeting next week to go through the detail of that with officers. But the HRA programme, the housing investment programme, is very significant. much higher than the general fund, and it has very high loan charges associated with it. And so whilst there may have been surpluses in prior years, we know that the HRA is going to start to come under pressure, not just from all the inflationary impacts on the revenue side and pay awards, etc., but also due to the increasing cost of the housing investment programme and the borrowing costs. So I don't think we could comfortably say that the position is affordable for the HRA at this point.
Thanks very much, Mrs Templeman. We'll go to Councillor Sinclair and then we'll go to Councillor Bowes to sum up, then we'll go to the vote.
Provost. And yes, yeah.
Okay, sorry about the confusion there. So just wanted to kind of touch on a couple of points and see if there's potentially seek some more clarification, Provost. There's been some talk about retrofitting for energy efficiency circumstances and climate change. I know from what's going on kind of in the ether out there that there's provision for assistance and advice through Home Energy Scotland for things like that for homeowners. They can also point to potential pots of funding and so on and so forth for anybody who's kind of interested in that. My understanding of this scheme is that it takes a kind of balanced approach that will provide support to owner-occupiers when it's necessary to do so. But there are other ways in which people can find that support, other ways in which people can also tap into the understanding of what's out there that's available to them. But the council would point them in the right direction as well. That would be my understanding of it. But also what we can do in practical terms for people and what we can point them to. I think what I would like more kind of clarification on is because I understand that I don't think any of us in here are insulated from the costs of living. But similarly, I don't think council is insulated from the cost of living and the increased costs on materials and such from that point. The terms of the motion, I wonder if there's anything that can be said on any potential risks or liabilities to particularly the house and revenue account. I'm not sure if Mrs Templeman kind of touched on that just a wee second ago, Provost. But I wonder if there's more kind of clarification could be given on any risks to that and the pressures involved. And thank you to Councillor Patrick as well, because she covered my point about any legal implications previously in her point. So thank you.
Mrs Templeman, would you like to make a comment on that?
Thank you, Provost. So I think there is some information on page 201 about the potential costs of extending the scheme. I think the issue that we have is that this would have a cost to the HRA potentially to extend the scheme, and that would therefore have the potential to have a knock-on impact on rents, but we would have to work through what that impact might be. I'm not sure if Kenny wants to add anything to that.
Mr Gillespie.
Sorry,
Provost, just to come in there, and I think Mrs Templeman's summed up very well. The thing that I would say, the offer that the council provides is 5 years interest-free, and at the present time, I appreciate the additional burden it may have on a lot of people. We are hoping they will see the benefits of that going further down the line, and it has a long-term saving on them, where if we do this type of work, then it protects the home as a whole, not just what you see from the external factor. Provost.
Thanks very much, Mr Gillespie. Councillor Meikle-Joyner, do you want to come in?
I think Councillor Colley had a question before me.
Oh.
Yeah, it was a very brief question, and actually Councillor Sinclair has mentioned around Home Energy Scotland and Warmer Homes Scotland scheme, and I wonder about what information that we can get out perhaps through our council social media around those schemes and the availability to owner occupiers, because there is help out there, and I think there's something about making sure that we can help connect people to that information. So it was just a question about whether we could be able to do that to our social media.
Mr. Gillespie, would you like to comment on that?
Thank you, Provost. We do have information on the website. We also have a dedicated officer, and when we are involved in these schemes at the time where owner occupiers are involved, we make them aware of the support that is there through either support through financial but also other agencies. In the main though, when it comes to private and the council's involved, we do a lot of the work for the private owners if it's joint, because we engage with a contractor who can then claim any energy in the main from the Scottish Government and any grants that are available. But we certainly have it for what I'll call independent owners that are not connected to any council scheme.
Thanks very much, Mr. Gillespie. Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost. I'll keep this relatively brief as there's already been a number of points raised. However, I just want to highlight that, first of all, people choose to buy the house, and whether it's an ex-council house or any other house, and with that comes the responsibilities. And part of that will be clearly dictated if you're part of a mixed tenure. So people are aware of that when these large capital works are being done, people are given significant period of notice to when the works are going to be done and an anticipated cost and opportunities to engage at that early stage around how they might manage that before the works are actually taking place. And as Councillor Buchanan's already indicated, there's usually quite a long period before we actually go chasing up for starting that repayment plan. The HRA it comes from council house rents. So what we're asking is for council tenants to be paying those loans for owner occupiers. And I'm not entirely sure how morally correct that is, particularly when it could impact on the housing investment plan to our tenants. So I think that's something that we really need to be taken into account. Also heard about the pressures that the housing revenue account is under, and if it's unaffordable, it would have to fall to a general fund in order to be able to fund that, and we know how much under pressure our general fund is. In relation to engaging with a financial partner, I think there's huge risks in that for the council, but also huge risks for the homeowner in relation to that. We are not regulated to provide financial advice, and potentially by engaging with a partner, we could end up becoming a broker. And we would then have to look for best value for those particular people who would be looking for those loans over that period of time. At the moment, if someone defaults on that payment plan after a period of time, it would be with the council to deal with through its processes, whereas if it's into that financial environment, and it would have to be a private arrangement with the individual as the property owner, we could be putting their home at risk by going down that route. So I think that there's huge risks in here for the council financially, and indeed for the homeowners if we were to look at this. Can I also say this is a review? that this is a review, so I'm sorry if you don't like the answers. We can't just keep going back through the review. We know where we are at this moment in time. It's about providing good, clear advice and guidance and support where necessary to homeowners about how they can actually manage those particular payments. And it's a lot of it's about signposting to where they can get independent financial advice. And because again, they did make a choice at some point in the time when they became a homeowner, like we all do in that respect, and the terms around that. So that's why I think that we have a good scheme of assistance right now. And despite what we're hearing, there doesn't appear to be huge issues with it. We're dealing with very, very small numbers and at the outcome of it. And just to say that the Calendar Park flats were a particular issue that was dealt with by an exception, because we knew the levels of liability, and at that time we were able to cope with that liability over the deferred payments. but to be able to roll that out right across the council would be a massive risk to us financially, and it's not something that I think that we can take on. Hence, I'll be supporting the report.
Thanks very much, Councillor Meikle-John. We'll go to Councillor Kerr next.
Thank you, Provost. A couple of questions, probably for Kenny and Amanda. The first question is, are the owner-occupiers made to do these works, or is it if they don't think they can afford it or don't want it, can they just say they don't want it?
Mr Gillespie.
Provost, through yourself. It goes to a voting scheme under the Tenement Act, Councillor Kerr, so it becomes a vote, depending on how that vote goes. If it's a 50-50 vote and it's an upgrade as such, then the work would not go ahead. It only would go ahead where it has a material impact on the property and factor, i.e. an emergency repair. So there is a vote. It depends. Sometimes the council wants to take re-roofing, rough casting or repairs forward, but it is voted from the tenants, from the owners, that they don't want it. So it can work either way, depending on the makeup and the missives of the building.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr.
So a four in a block, 2 owner-occupiers and 2 council tenants goes to a vote?
It would always go to a vote, yes, but I will reiterate, it depends on what the missive say and depending on what side the owner-occupiers are on.
Right, okay. With regards to if we extended this scheme to 20 years, what effect would this have on our HRA account? Probably for Amanda, maybe.
Mrs Templeman.
I know Kenny was dying to get in there, but...
Thanks, Provost. I'm going to let Kenny come in on that one, if that's okay with you, through Provost.
Thank you, and again, Council, it's only speculation with the information that we have in front of us that these, in the main, we have very few, if any, that go beyond the 5 years, that we don't get the money back. So it's maximised to 5 years. But if you think we're putting out, we used the term 15,000 for every property, and we have to wait until the sale of the house or unfortunately death, that could potentially, as in the report, and we use the maximum as £60 million a year, so that's £1 million of revenue it can come out, or additional repair, shall we say, that we can going forward. Times that by 5, times it by 10, it could be at the maximum. I appreciate we'll get some back between there and some people will pay it, but that's the potential impact. Bearing in mind that we are going through troubled times now about costs of things, about our housing investment programme that Mrs Templeman mentioned earlier, rents as well, potentially there could be a rent freeze. That has a massive impact on money that we're going forward as well. So any money that the HRA can keep and spend correctly and wisely on investment is a benefit going forward, Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. With regards to getting that report back, Kenny, have you got the manpower to do that?
Like anything, I'll be instructed by Council to do it, and I would certainly work. This is going to be a large piece of work, and obviously staff is a premium at the present time. From a personal point of view, we can do anything that you wish, but it will have an impact on other areas of work within the housing services due to the complexity of the work and other areas, legal and finance as well.
Thanks, Mr Gillespie.
Another question, Provost. Leading on for Councillor Patrick. So what we're saying is this scheme is just for shared homes and it doesn't include standalone ex-council houses? Is that what we're saying?
That would be correct. It would only be, as scheme assistant at the present time, would be for where there is common areas under the tenement, common areas, that's correct.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr Gillespie and Amanda. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kerr. Final word for Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Provost. It's just a summing up of the amendment. I'd like to thank Councillor Buchanan and Councillor Nimmo giving us an illustration of the value that this scheme can bring, and especially Councillor Nimmo for outlining the amount that would be liable on specific owner-occupiers in this amount, and how this amendment or the potential for extending this could radically change the way that those owner-occupiers see it. I'd like to thank Councillor Sinclair and Colley for their emphasis on additional support. I think regardless of how Council goes, that will be a great value if we can work, and especially work collaboratively towards providing that support. I think there's been a lot of attempt to investigate what properties we're talking about. Those in common areas will be, and I have seen this from engagement with constituents, of those who are more likely to be struck by the cost of living crisis. As Councillor Hannah has said, that has having an impact on increased amounts of people, and especially across a broader spectrum of society. However, I think that's where we need to be able to target our assistance and our support, and taking another substantial bill, or at least reducing it by what this potentially could do up to 3/4, could have massive and radical change for people's lives. So again, still happy to second. Thank you.
Just to say, Councillor Slaymack, you don't usually sum up an amendment. Questions, yes, but we'll go to Councillor Boyce to sum up.
Can I do this sum up now?
Provost.
Councillor Buchanan?
I'm sorry, and thank you for indulging, letting me in. I've just got 2 or 3 things just to say. First of all, I'd like to thank all members for taking the opportunity to discuss this most important issue. It stressed me out for a long period of time. Some of the issues that came forward for Councillor Redmond were really spot on. And the major one that's come out is in relation to the fact is, can you opt out? We got an MSP to bring a question up in the Scottish Parliament regarding this, and Mr Gillespie was right all along in relation to the Tenement Act, but there was no real opportunity for these constituents to opt out unless it was maybe going to a court case. The issue quite clearly is that the areas that we were looking at in Bonnybridge, the four sets of flats, they only had maybe like 2 or 3 owner-occupiers and the rest. So when you come to a vote, then there was no opportunity for them to win a vote. Most of them, I would say 90% of them didn't want the works to be done. But the fact is, at the end of it, it's now byway. But the fact is that hopefully with the discussions we're having now, that members will not have to go through, and their constituents will not have to go through the same situation that I had to go through with other councillors over that period of time. So thanks to everybody. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Buchanan. You had already spoken, but I thought it was important to let you back in.
Thank you. Thank you, Provost.
Can you sum up, please?
Yeah, thank you very much. Hopefully I did give a nod to the mover of the motion in the first place in the start in my initial presentation. Mike, I'm trying not to repeat too much what I did. I didn't really speak to the amendment in this, and if you don't mind, I'll just cover off a wee bit on that. So what the amendment's asking for is for a financial partner to engage in a financial partner. If we engage a financial partner will want paid for that. So whatever the bill is, there's going to be an uplift on that. So either the council would need to take that, which I think Amanda and Kenny have already covered off already, the HRA cannot afford at this point in time, or the tenant is going to have to take that. So I had a quick, just a sense check last night. What's an unsecured loan? Maximum you'll get is 84 months, which is 7 years, £15,000. You'll pay an extra £3,000 for that. Okay, if you go for a secured loan, those who, I know there's at least 2 lawyers in the room, maybe 3, sorry, forgot about one, will know that with a secured loan, you have to start then looking at doing surveys on your property, which is going to cost £400. You've then got all the repairs over and above the works that you would probably want to do as part of the housing repair, which would have to be done. And then you've got completion fees, you've got legal fees and things like that, which should also be tied in on when you've got a secured loan. You've got potential for factoring. If you look at factoring, you get a lump sum first, and then you hopefully get it as a factor draw draws in money. If the factor doesn't draw money in, we get hit with the debt. Who gets hit with the debt? Not anybody. Well, might be somebody sitting around this room. It's the tenants of Falkirk Council that get hit, would be hit with that debt. It would be it's the HRA, as I have repeated, and I'm sure Councillor John said the same thing, is funded by the rents of our tenants. That's what we're gambling with here. And that's what I'm really not comfortable with. I'm not comfortable also with having either our tenants or the council funding a private company, because if you bring in a private partner, we will be either our tenants or we will be funding them. It was mentioned earlier on by one of the councillors about how there's more in the reserve of the HRA. You're right, and it was identified 2 years ago. And what we've done is we've actually kept all the rents at 2%, whereas the average is 3%, and the whole 50-year plan is based on a 3%. So we've actually used up the unspent money and given a 2% rise, and I'm sure other members who were here at that time would either nod in agreement and to say that yes, we have done that. So the HRA money has been used for the good of our tenants. That's the worry here for me. It's all about our tenants. We need to make sure we're protecting them. We need to make sure our capital programme has not been affected by this. The repairs programme has not been affected by this. As Kenny said, if everybody didn't pay, I think there's a potential of 20 million it would cost. That's probably unlikely, but any manner of millions is probably not what we want to cost our tenants in this situation. The current system, you've got to remember, is 5 years interest free. Any introduction of a financial partner will cost people more money than that. Now, whether you want to saddle them with medium-term extra debt or long-term extra debt, I just don't see the sense in even going to this. Councillor Meikle-John's already said this is a review. It's a review of what I've already said is something that has been brought in by another councillor. And I appreciate when he made that motion and the sentiments why he made that motion. Can't just keep doing reviews on things. Kenny said he would do what we were told, but that's again is going to cost money because officers will need to spend time not only in housing and finance. We'll have to spend money actually bringing this together and bringing something together which I think exposes HRA or costs our tenants actually maybe long-term more money by charging interest to a commercial business. I don't believe is right. For that and that alone, I will be holding to my motion as it is. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bowes. It's been an interesting debate, and I hope everybody feels I've had the opportunity to speak. And we'll now go to the vote.
Thank you, Provost. And the motion consists of the recommendations at paragraph 2 of the report, and that's moved by Councillor Bowes and seconded by Councillor Colley, against which there is an amendment which has been circulated, moved by Councillor Nimmo and seconded by Councillor Steenbank. Provost Bissett.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
The motion.
Councillor Aitchison.
Amendment.
Councillor Anslow.
Amendment.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Brown.
Motion.
Councillor Buchanan.
Amendment.
Councillor Bundy.
Motion.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Deacon.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Flynn.
Motion.
Councillor Forrest.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
The motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Amendment.
Councillor Kelly.
Amendment.
Councillor Kerr.
Motion.
Councillor McCabe.
Amendment.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Motion.
Councillor Murtagh.
Motion.
Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patrick.
Motion.
Councillor Redmond.
Amendment.
Councillor Ritchie.
Sorry, it's motion.
Councillor Sinclair.
Motion.
Councillor Spears.
Motion.
And Councillor Steenbank.
Amendment.
Provost, there are 18 votes for the motion and there are 10 votes for the amendment, and the motion is accordingly carried. Sorry, Provost, there are 18 votes for the motion, there are 10 votes for the amendment, and the motion is accordingly carried.
Thank you, Mr. Moody. We'll now break for lunch. We'll be back here about 25 past. Thank you. The lunch and are well refreshed. Next item on agenda item 6, programme of meetings 2023, and it's Mr. Moody.
Yes, thank you very much, Provost. And this report has two aspects to it. First of all, it asks you to approve your programme of meetings for the forthcoming calendar year for 2023, and the programme is set out in the appendix to the report. And secondly, it deals with the issue of availability of accommodation for council and committee meetings. We all know that the decision was taken to close the venue we're currently in at our last meeting, and there also are some availability issues which arise from the use of the town hall for the pantomime, as this room is also required during the pantomime season. Officers are actively looking at alternative venues across the council estate, but the report simply establishes an agreed process if there isn't a venue available on any particular date for a council meeting or a committee meeting, and you're asked to agree that process too. But I think we are confident that there are likely to be physical venues for our meetings. It just deals with the eventuality that that isn't the position. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Moody. Councillor Meikle-John, do you have a motion?
Yes, Provost, I'm happy to move the recommendations as in the report.
Okay, do you have a seconder for that?
Happy to second.
Thank you. Do you have an amendment?
No amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr, do you have an amendment?
No amendment, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Spears, do you have an amendment?
No.
I think you're no amendment. Okay, thank you. So we'll just open it up for discussion if anyone's got any particular questions they would like to ask. No questions. Can we agree the report? Thank you. Next item is agenda item 7, membership of committees. Independent places. Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Provost. And this is a report for information on the position of independent representation on committees and boards. And I'm pleased to say that there has been progress in the discussion among the independent members. So to update the council, Councillor Buchanan, as he'd indicated at an earlier meeting, is standing down from the executive, and as also noted in the report, he has already stood down from the licensing board. So in respect of the executive, my understanding is that Councillor Spears will take that position, and he will likewise take the position on the Education, Children and Young People executive. In relation to the licensing board, Councillor Ritchie will take up the position which has been vacated by Councillor Buchanan, and she will also take the vacant position on the Central Scotland Valuation Joint Board. That leaves the positions on the Audit Committee, the Appeals Committee and the Pensions Committee. And again, my understanding is that Councillor Spears will take those positions. And that fills all the vacancies, Provost, and the Council's merely asked to note that matter as the matter is actually one for decision among the independent members rather than a decision for Council. Just to see if she's anything she wants to say.
Anything you would like to add, Councillor Meikle-John?
No, I'm just pleased that we've been able to move on, and we now have some of the committees populated, Provost. It's really for the independents to now consider the rest of the vacant spaces. Thank you.
Councillor Hannah, any comment on this item?
No, likewise, I welcome that there has been some progress made in this, and welcome the members who will be joining us on these various committees. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr, any comment?
Just to reiterate what the leader and Councillor Hannah has said, these committees that I've got, Councillor Ritchie and Councillor Spears, will be indebted to their vast knowledge in their previous times on these committees. So that will really help the committees. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kerr. Councillor Spears, any comment?
No comments.
Thank you. So we agreed the report? Thank you. Agenda item 8 is execution of deeds. Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Provost. And this report is for information only. The list of deeds executed is appended. The only thing that's changed in the report is we've added a glossary of the different types of legal documents that can be executed, just for members' information. So there's no decision to be taken, Provost. It's merely for noting.
Thank you. Any questions at all? No, we agree.
Agreed.
Okay.
Agreed.
Oh, agreed. Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry. So, 5 motions were submitted in accordance with Standing Order 29 and are set out below. I ruled at the meeting on 28th of September 22 that they would be retained by Council and considered at this meeting. 9A, that's the first motion, is improving Falkirk's public transport and promoting a cleaner environment. And it's Councillor Hannah to speak to our motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. This motion I will not read out because it is rather lengthy, so you'll be glad to hear. Everyone who has had an opportunity to read the motion. The motion is quite extensive. I will say, first of all, that the motion was written and submitted at a time when First Bus was still in control of the bus services in this area. That, of course, has now changed, and McGill's has taken over the bus services. And I just want to be absolutely clear and say that any implied criticism within this motion of bus services does not apply to McGill's. It applies to the situation that was appertaining before McGill's took over. The jury is still out. We hope that McGill's are going to make good on the promises they're making in terms of improving the bus services and greening the bus services. So all the criticisms are of what has gone before. I'm fairly sure that most councillors will have had complaints from their constituents about bus services. The bus services in the Falkirk Council area have been, I'm cautious about the words I'm using, fairly irregular, infrequent, unreliable, with dirty buses, not properly maintained, and the service has been quite appalling. For those of us who live or represent areas a bit distant from Falkirk town centre, you'll realise we have far more problems than you have in and around the town centre. The bus services have been dreadful for a long time, and thankfully the Scottish Government in 2019 passed the Transport Scotland Act, which has given local authorities the power to take greater control over bus services, and has the intention of that act is to improve bus services, to make them greener, cleaner, to reduce congestion, to reduce the carbon emissions, etc. Now, all of the aims of the Transport Scotland Act would be agreed on by most people in this room, I would hope. I don't think we would have very much disagreement that we want greener, cleaner, more reliable bus services. We all know the importance of bus services for our constituents. The bus service is important to enable people to get to their work. It's important to enable people to take up employment opportunities that they may have. It's important for people to be able to get to their doctor's surgeries, to appointments, to essential appointments at hospitals, and so on. For those of us who are used to getting around by car, we often forget the importance of bus services for those who are either unable to drive or who choose not to drive. I have to confess to being a car driver, and I am not regularly using bus services. But recently I had a bit of a problem with my car. I live in the Upper Braes, and I suddenly realised the problem it would be for me to get to the foundry where our offices are, which would be exactly, well, slightly worse than the problem it would be for me to get to the hospital, the Forth Valley Hospital. It would take 2 buses, a good bit of walking, gaps between the bus services, and just an incredibly difficult journey, particularly with the kind of weather we have in Scotland. So my situation is not nearly as bad as the situation is for some people who are in the outlying areas. There are others who have even fewer and more irregular and infrequent bus services than I do. This motion, I have to emphasise, is not about immediately saying, let's go spending lots of money and buying a bus company. I'm not that naive. What my motion is saying is, given the problems we have with our bus services, given that we would all agree we want better bus services, we want our officers to go and investigate the different options that there are for improving the bus services. It should include all the different options that there are, including things like demand responsive transport for those areas where a regular full-size bus is maybe not an economic reality. It includes all the possible options, the dial-a-journey systems, and ways in which we can pull together. There's been a lot said today and at previous meetings about collaboration. Mostly the discussion has been about collaboration on this council between officers, members. I think we also have to take into account collaboration with the private sector. In this case, it may be collaboration with bus services and bus service providers. We need to look at working together with all different people within our communities to get the best possible deal. So I move this motion asking for our officers to go away, look at all the different options that might be available, look at it in conjunction with other councils. Bus services cannot realistically be just Falkirk wide. You would also have to look at the whole of the Forth Valley. Look at all those different options and bring back a report with some options for what are the ways in which we can improve bus services for people in our community, working with all the other partners that we might need to work with. So I move this motion, and I do hope that we can all agree on it, because I think it is all about dealing with the problems that the people in our communities have. It is about enabling people to work, enabling people to go to doctor's surgeries, and hopefully enabling them to do it in a cost-effective way, a way that's realistic and affordable. And my final point would be to say that there's been a lot talked about the importance of regenerating our town centres. Buildings don't regenerate town centres, people do. For people to get into our town centres, there has to be transport. For those who don't have cars, that has to be public transport. So it's part of a wider package of regeneration as well as providing vital services to our communities. And as a council, we have a responsibility to work with others to try and get the best possible deal for the people of the Falkirk Council area.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hannah. And a seconder?
Yeah, thank you, Provost. Happy to second the motion and just speak to it slightly, if allowed. So Councillor Hannah has illustrated this idea so far very extensively, but I want to add a couple of other points to why this is important. I think we had a policy that came from the Scottish Government earlier in this year, which and the Scottish Parliament, which was absolutely fantastic, which was the institution of the under-22 bus pass. Now, I see this, especially this year and the next few years, as a huge opportunity to shape the next generation, especially the younger generation's attitude towards public transport. Having spoken to many on our town centre in and around just generally networks and through my work as a councillor, the problems people have had with under-22 bus pass have almost exclusively been availability, not the concept itself. People do want to access opportunities to buses and the economic opportunities as well as the cultural aspects that Councillor Hannah talked about that they can provide. So I think that if we do go away and get ourselves as much information around this concept, which has been encouraged in several other areas, that seem to provide a service which is more based for people rather than potentially falling into a few of the inherent problems that bus providers have talked about, this could be massively successful. As Councillor Hannah talked about, I think that if we do have a bus service which inspires younger generations to use public transport, it will have clear climate change benefits as well as putting our town centre in a more sustainable position to actually pull people in. Falkirk's had a long history, and I won't go over it, of public transport from the trams to buses as well, pulling people into our town centre. And I think that the establishment and passing of this motion could be a real ambitious step towards that. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Steenbank. Councillor Meikle-John, do you have an amendment?
I'll defer to my portfolio holder, Councillor Garner.
Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Provost. And I agree with Councillor Steenbank on the under-22 bus passes. From the outset, the administration are mostly agreeable to the motion presented. However, I'd like to touch on some of the context around which this must be taken cognizance of. Having access to a reliable and sustainable public transport service is a key priority for this administration. Over decades, Falkirk District has seen a decline in public transport. Operators have taken decisions to cut or abandon what they see as unprofitable services, while investment in better, more environmentally friendly buses has been severely lacking. We have heard that difficult decisions must be taken if we are to ensure the financial stability of the council while we protect the services of our communities that they need through these challenging times. Hence, we must consider the current financial position of Falkirk Council in any decisions we make. This report being asked for and the work currently being undertaken will identify a requirement for a significant level of capital investment. A standalone public transport provider, for example, would place further pressure on finances. Set-up costs would include vehicles, a depot, a full staffing structure would need to be put in place, including management, drivers, engineers, support staff, etc. The municipal operation would also have to operate commercially and would compete with any other bus operators in the area, for example, McGill's. As a party, we stood in a manifesto commitment to explore options with our neighbouring authorities in relation to transport and our net zero ambitions. This includes franchising opportunities and partnerships like Lothian Region. Being mindful that Lothian has operated as a company for many years and jointly owned by the City of Edinburgh Council, East, Mid and West Lothian Councils. And this through a period where bus usage was high, car ownership low, and through vastly populated areas. We are also currently exploring several options, including demand-responsive transport in rural areas identified as having poor connections and where support is required. This report is due before us later this year. Additionally, most of the issues we are facing have built up over a number of years, and past year numbers are still well below pre-pandemic levels. This does not account for the years of decline prior to this, however, and I note that the motion names First Bus. Every member, new and returning, has had complaints about the level of service from First Bus. Services cancelled, buses late or not arriving at all, below standard and ageing fleet, etc. But the company has now been taken over by McGill's, and the significant issues cannot be rectified overnight. so we should give McGill's the opportunity to show us they can provide a service that isn't only reliable, but is adaptable, sustainable, and will enhance the connectivity throughout and between our communities. This must be backed up by the investment that will provide a cleaner, greener fleet with vehicles more appropriate for our local area. In points D and E in the motion, coordination of services with other forms of public transport, such as rail services and dial-a journey. Dial-a journey is provided for residents with severe mobility impairments and is not practical to expand this service in its current form to include wider use by the general public. The proposed bus rail interchange at Falkirk Graveston Station will provide an opportunity for better coordination of rail services. It's also mentioned the combined ticketing options in an integrated public transport system. This will be discussed again with McGill's when we do meet with them. Provost, we are happy for this report to come back, but I trust that this information is helpful in building the picture of the current situation and the ongoing work of the administration and officers in delivering services for our community. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Garner. Councillor Kerr, do you have any amendment?
No amendment, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Spears, do you have an amendment?
No amendment, but I welcome and I would like to add some questions.
Right, okay, so fire away with your question.
Right, what we have is an old system, an old way of thinking, and we need to really take on a new approach regarding transport, which includes cycling, buses and trains. I noticed one of the members for Bonnybridge isn't there, but and I'm certainly here for Grangemouth. Going to speak up. We need to look again at getting our train services back in. I'm sure our climate representative will be very keen to try and put on a whole new thinking on our transport systems that we have within the Falkirk area. There's one thing given, free transport to under 22s, but you need to provide the transport for them to go on, and it needs to go where people want to go. So I welcome a report coming forward, but it needs joined up thinking right across the whole transport and mobility service. So we have a level of joined up thinking that is suitable to the communities that we represent.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Spears. We have a motion moved and seconded. We don't have any amendments. Can we agree the motion?
Yeah.
Councillor Aitchison.
Yeah, I'd just like to say, I think Councillor Spears made some good points regarding we need buses where people actually want to go and when people need them. For those that know me, know that I don't drive. I left Bo'ness at 9 o'clock this morning, or I left my house at 9 o'clock this morning, and I arrived 10 miles up the road at 10:30. Now, that's totally unacceptable. Buses simply do not turn up. And it's not got any better since McGill's took over. I know we're only 6 weeks or so into that franchise, and hopefully it will get better. I did speak to the driver, who is somebody I know and somebody I've employed in a past life. And his response was, David, it's not going to get any better anytime soon. So unfortunately, we need a total revamp of the bus services. The Bo'ness and the Braes have been hardest hit in the cuts recently, the bus services. There's no service in Bo'ness for Bo'ness to Lithgow, which serves people working in Edinburgh, Glasgow via the trains. So it's limiting their employment opportunities. Similar, there's no service on a Sunday taking people to the trains, so people can't get to their work on there, or they can't get back from Falkirk if they're working a late shift. I think the last bus is 9 o'clock from Falkirk to Bo'ness in the evening, so it limits people's employment opportunities. And there has been many people who have been in touch saying they've had to give up their employment because their employers were accommodating, but they could only accommodate so much. It's something that drastically needs done. I know it's stuff. I'm not a huge believer in demand responsive transport. I don't think it works, and I think it costs more money in the long run than what you would hope to be doing.
Okay, thanks very much. We're now live again. So agenda item 9B is Falkirk Council Pest Control, and it's Councillor Hannah to move our motion.
Thank you, Provost. Again, I would hope that councillors would be able to support this, because again, I'm not putting forward a proposal that says, I want you to spend lots of money. I'm putting forward a proposal that says, I want you to look at the options. I want to get our officers to go and come back with some details. I will not read out the motion because, again, I must try and be a bit more succinct. It's quite a lengthy motion. Many councillors on this side of the room certainly have had complaints about rats. The motion is about pest control because that's the name that is given to the service. But the problem that most people are experiencing is a rat problem, and it does appear to have increased significantly. And with a nod to Robert Browning, I'll quote just a small part of the Pied Piper. Rats, they fought the dogs and killed the cats and bit the babies in their cradles. The Pied Piper of Hamelin goes on with a great deal, many more examples of what the rats were doing in Hamelin's town in Brunswick. In Falkirk Council area, so far as I am aware, none of the rats have actually fought the dogs or killed the cats or bit the babies in their cradles. I do, however, greatly fear that there are going to be health issues as a result of the number of rats that there are. Throughout the Braes, there have been reports from constituents of significant numbers of rats. I have one constituent who, over a 2-week period, caught 49 in traps in his garden. I have another constituent who went out to his garden one morning, and I can assure you, because I've seen it, it's one of the most pristine gardens you've ever seen, and very small, and there were 6 rats. Now, both those constituents live in streets where many of the other people in the street are also complaining of rat problems. The council's website says Falkirk Council does not provide a pest control service. Now, I am not necessarily saying that Falkirk Council must provide a pest control service. What I'm saying in this motion is that Falkirk Council has to have regard to the legislation and the duties that it does have. And I will quote the Prevention of Damage by Pests Act, which says it shall be the duty of every local authority to take such steps as may be necessary to secure as far as practicable that their district is kept free from rats and mice. It goes on to say that there should be regular inspections to make sure that we know how many rats there are, and to destroy rats on the premises where they are the occupier, and to ensure that other owners and occupiers take appropriate action. Now, I have looked back over previous decisions of this council in relation to pest control. I have a huge folder of previous decisions made by this council, and it's a bit like the rat hokey cokey. You put the pest control in, you put the pest control out, you put the pest control in, and you shake it all about. That's what's happened to this service over a number of years. So I am not saying bring back pest control. I am saying, in the spirit of what we have talked about before, the need to take a more long-term view of what is going on, I think we need to ask our officers to look at the legislation, to look at our website, to look at the support and assistance that we give to the people of the Falkirk Council area. The advice that is given is very, very little on our website. I know that there is an amendment to my motion being put forward, which suggests that, which says that we really don't want to be getting into competition with the private sector. When I saw the amendment, I began to look again at my motion, because I was curious to see what in my motion suggested we should be getting into competition with the private sector, because that certainly was never my intention. In fact, what many local authorities do is they have private sector organisations that they have listed on their websites, or that they provide information about those private sector organisations. What I'm looking for is a comprehensive report taking into account the fact that people are feeling abandoned because they are getting very little advice on how to deal with significant pest control problems. Now, you may hear in my voice a kind of heartfelt plea here, having had rats in my walls myself, in the walls of my house. And I can assure you, it is most upsetting to be woken at 4 o'clock in the morning with the rats scrabbling in your walls. I know there are other people around this room who have had rat problems as well in the past, so you will know what it feels like. It is very, very upsetting. It's very difficult. I'm in a situation where I have been able to deal with that problem. There are some people who don't have the resources to do so, and I think we need to look as a council at what we can do to give people some assistance. The rat problem is bigger than it has ever been. The rat problem is across streets and streets in certain areas. If I get rid of my rats on my property and there are still rat nests all the way down the street, that is not going to resolve the problem. It requires some council action to try to ensure that this situation is resolved. I move this motion, I hope, in the spirit of collaboration. Yes, I think we should be collaborating on this council. I think we should be collaborating with the private sector. We need to ensure that people are safe in their own gardens. The constituent I refer to who caught 49 rats in a 2-week period. That 2-week period was in February.
Councillor Hannah, you've got about 30 seconds left.
And that 2-week period was in February. And that family with 2 adults, 2 children still has a rat problem because the street has a rat problem. We have to do something. And I'm looking for officers to give us some ideas as to how we can go about that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hannah. You got a seconder?
Happy to second, Provost. I think Councillor Hannah's covered many of the key points, but I'd just like to reiterate from her speech that this is clearly a reputational issue for several areas. I think several councillors have complained about this issue, and it is one that I think, as Councillor Hannah's illustrated, that we're not attempting to come in and compete with the private sector, but it is an issue that we have to take responsibility and get on top of to make sure that our area is not affected by something that, as has been very extensively illustrated by Councillor Hannah, can be a substantial issue for people and residents and areas as well, and can sort of pick away at the general sense of community and home. So yeah, thank you very much, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Steinbank. Councillor Meikle-John, do you have an amendment?
Yes, we do. I think it's been circulated to members, but I'll defer to my portfolio holder for public protection, Councillor Devine.
Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Provost. Rats and mice are commonly found across the whole country and have been labelled for pests for generations. We know there are instances across the district where vermin have been sighted in our communities. Investigations have been carried out in respect of the rat sightings, and appropriate advice has been provided in terms of food sources, potential harbourage, and actions have been taken where appropriate. As we see from the motion, it asks for a comprehensive report on how the council responds to this issue. In previous council, there was an extensive report brought forward in 2019 detailing the issues faced with the services in relation to staff, availability for office hours, the cost and the type of service that it would currently offer. It was decided to stop this service. It was then reinstated in 2020 to 2022, but the service experienced huge issues in relation to attracting suitably qualified and experienced staff. And on the 1st of April this year, the decision was taken to stop this service. As a council, there is already an established process in which we currently use to address these issues where they occur by carrying out investigations, offering advice, signposting. We respond to requests for services in addition to conducting surveillance for public health issues, which include vermin infestations as part of day-to-day duties. We identify food sources and ingress to properties where we would then advise and serve notice if required to relevant landowners and occupiers. There is no requirement in the legislation for the council to provide a dedicated in-house pest control service. However, I do take on board your point, Councillor Hannah, when it comes to the website, that we do need to provide better information for people in our communities to make sure they are well informed on how to deal with the issues should they arrive. I will ensure to get this updated imminently. In addition to this, I have asked officers to provide me with a briefing paper, which is available to anyone who wishes to see it, and I can circulate that, no problem. Further to this, I will encourage with officers more uptake to the National Buy with Confidence. Council to ask officers to spend time on producing yet another report on this matter, which will incur huge costs, large amount of officer time and resource, I just think is a bit much. We are all aware that our council budgets are under significant strain. We've heard earlier in this meeting, and we've heard about the progress we are making as a council through our audit. It is our duty to ensure our resources are being used effectively and in a way that provides best value for our communities. While we must ensure we are providing an effective level of service, we also need to ensure we are not causing current services to be impacted by focusing on things we may like to have but currently can't afford due to significant financial issues we are facing.
Thanks very much, Councillor Devine. Do you have a seconder?
Happy to second, Provost.
Thanks very much. Councillor Kerr, do you have an amendment?
No amendment, but some questions, Provost.
Okay. Councillor Spears, do you have an amendment?
I have no amendment, but I have a lot of questions.
Thank you. Do you need a short recess to discuss the amendment at all?
No.
Okay. We'll open up for questions. Councillor Nimmo, I believe you had your hand up first.
Okay, thanks very much, Provost. I'll be quick. I would argue as a landlord that the council is legally obliged to act in relation to this issue. This is a major issue right across areas in the Falkirk district, including Grangemouth. I've had a number of complaints now regarding rats in Grangemouth. The council is failing to deal with this. We've heard all the rhetoric about what the council has done, what they've said, what advice they've offered. But at the end of the day, we've done nothing to solve the problem. What would the council do if tenants refused to pay their rent because they had rats in their home? Because that's the bottom line. The council is failing to act as a landlord, and it needs to do something about this urgently. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks very much for your input, Councillor Nimmo. Councillor Spears?
Thank you. Likewise, living in a low-lying area called Grangemouth, we need to kind of look at this historically, as the portfolio holder has said. We need to address the fact that the water table's rising, the rats are now coming into the town. I've had instances where they've been chewing through our waste bins and getting access to food via that way. The problem has changed. The circumstance has changed. And if we want to be true representatives of the people, then we need to take on board this real problem, because it's a constituents problem. And rats now, they say they're immune to the rat poison you can buy, which comes in various prices. In the supermarkets, a third of the price that it is in the garden centre. And people, there's one person in particular been saying to me that they're about 16 quid a month for rat poison. Now, if we're playing the hokey-cokey on this, and 1 year within and 1 year without, this is the year we need to be back in.
Thanks very much, Councillor Spears. I'll go to Councillor Richardson next.
Thanks, Provost. Earlier this year, in January, there was 55 worksheets logged, and in February there was 46 worksheets logged for pest control services.
I wonder if you could maybe move your microphone a bit closer to yourself.
Most of them were 95% of them were due to rats. Unfortunately, the SNP decided to cut it in their budget this year, so since April there's been no further service. And it does say, unfortunately, on the council website, Falkirk Council does not provide a pest control service, but it further goes on to say it is usually the owner or occupier of the land or property. So if we're saying it is usually, what are the unusual circumstances when it wouldn't be the owner or the occupier? Because I tend to agree with my colleague, Councillor Nimmo, that as landlords, we should be responsible for the tenants, and if they have issues within their homes, we should be working with it. And if you were in a private let, the first person you would go to would be your landlord to get them to fix it and things. So it's quite a vague statement, which is on the website. Regarding rats and things, yeah, I'll agree with Councillor Spears that they are well known for gnawing through hard surfaces, and that will be their way to get to food and things. It's not necessarily that people are leaving food out or throwing bread out, although that is an issue in some areas, or people's things are on their work surfaces aren't being cleaned. They are gnawing through hard surfaces. And within these hard surfaces, the rats can leave saliva, sometimes urine or faeces, and these spores remain active for up to a week, and they can cause disease such as salmonella and listeria, which our constituents can potentially get from the rats running about in their homes. I did have one young couple about 2 years ago come to a surgery, and they had a young child about 18 months, and they physically brought the teat from the baby's bottle, which had been chewed by a rat. These people saw it before it was done. If that had been a family that were visually impaired or such like, that bottle could potentially have been put right into the baby's mouth and causing the baby some huge health issues. So, yeah, we are in a cost of living crisis. A lot of people cannot afford to go down to the supermarket or B&Q or wherever you would pick up the stuff to buy stuff. I think as a council we need to be offering our constituents far more service and advice than what is currently being offered. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Richardson. Go to Councillor Kerr now.
Thanks, Provost. And like everybody else, I've had constituents on to me regarding rats, and to totally get rid of every rat in Falkirk is impossible because the way that they breed. And I agree with some of the comments previous speakers. I've just some questions, Provost, and I don't know who will answer this. What is the cost of getting rid of rats between, and this will be probably for the last time that we had a department, what will be the cost for the council to do it in a private sector to do it?
Mr. Benny, you want to take this one?
Through you, Provost. I don't have exact figures to date. From memory of our discussions at budget earlier in the year, I feel like the call-out charge was around £35, and the private sector and council had largely similar rates. If not, you could almost get cheaper rates from the private sector. I think it's important to say there were only 2 officers within that pest control service, and we struggled to recruit professional officers to those roles. And yeah, so happy to get more information if that would help.
I believe that it was cheaper to get private sector. I just didn't want to think that was me just thinking that, but I think it was. Another question is with regards to getting a report back. If we haven't got that department, will Mr. Benny have to get somebody for his department? And if it is, will they be qualified to bring a report back?
Mr. Benny?
Through you, Provost. I'm confident the manager of the Environmental Health and Trading Standards team would be able to prepare a report, but I don't want to underplay the work that would need to go into that report at a time when we're dealing with a number of priorities across the service area, and reflective of the fact that the saving that was achieved for this service was £100,000. And I'm conscious that obviously the finance report that went to council last month identified a £69 million budget gap, and set officers to work on ways to minimise and identify efficiencies within the council service. And so I think my advice to elected members would just be to be clear that if we're asking officers to undertake that task, that there's an expectation at the end of it that something will happen, because there will be an investment of officer time.
Thanks, Provost. And probably my last question is, well, it's not my question, it's a concern, Provost. But no matter what decision we make today, it's the people in the flatted properties that worry me, because whether it's the council or if it's a private sector, if somebody in a flatted dwelling reports rats, it's them that needs to pay for the rats, where everybody else is getting it for nothing. So I can't see people in a flatted just coming forward and say, well, I'll need to report it, but I need to pay for it. So that is a concern for me regarding the flatted areas, and we've all probably got them in each of our wards. So getting to a stage where if there is any reporting, or if there's no reporting, we need to get to a stage where who will be responsible for that reporting, because financially it'll be the person who's reporting it, and I don't think that's right. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kerr. Councillor John.
Thanks, Provost. Just a couple of points that this isn't a statutory service. It's not one that we have to provide, and you know, that's been made clear over the years. What we are required to provide is advice, information, and signposting. And if folks go on the website, there's a link there, and there's a number of places that you can go to actually get pest control services. So that information is there, but the portfolio holder has undertaken discussions with officers to look to improve that, because we recognise that that could be better. So there is information there. There's also a perception here that nobody gets a pest control service from the council at all. And yeah, I'm thinking to the issues that I have in my ward, like everybody else. Our housing services do provide support to our tenants, particularly where there's in the flatted accommodation where there's multiple reports. The HRA do cover the costs of bringing in an external contractor to be able to deal with the rats and put down bait and do the checks, etc. So I think we're being a wee bit disingenuous about what we are and aren't providing here. So we need to be factual about this. And again, this is another call for another report, which I know we looked at as part of our budget deliberations last year, where officer time was taken up to provide a report that indicated that it was not best value for us to continue to provide a service because we were able to access a more cost-effective service from contractors. And by signposting directly, there was not an additional cost then added on to that. So it is duplicating work, and as Mr Benny has said, at a time where we really need to focus on that financial sustainability, continually doing reports to be brought forward, which may not incur anything to be done from those, it is not best use of their time right now, when we have a huge budget gap of £34 million to be able to manage, with 69 over the next 5 years. So I think we do what we can as best we can, and I think undertaking to look to update the information and guidance and signposting to our residents on the website is something that is very positive, and I thank the work the portfolio holder for doing that, and I hope that there's some common sense prevails here about what's actually achievable for us to deliver as a council.
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor Nicholas. I'll go back to Councillor Aitchison. Since you cover public protection and you've already spoken, but if you could maybe limit your comments.
No, I just wanted to, I did actually ask a question when I spoke, but you moved on and nobody answered the question. And it was on the council website when it does, and I quote, it is usually the owner or occupier of the land or property who is responsible for ensuring that infestations are eradicated. And I did ask what would be the circumstances that wouldn't be the usual circumstances.
Thanks very much, Councillor Aitchison. Mr Benny, would you like to address that point specifically?
Through you, Provost, I don't have that information to hand, but I'm happy to ask the responsible manager to provide an update to the councillor.
Thanks very much. So if you could get back to Councillor Aitchison, I'm sure he'll appreciate that. Councillor Redmond.
Thanks, Provost. I'll just go on some. I think we're kind of talking a lot of financial stuff here, but I think it's important to remember the actual impact of this on the ground. So I've just got a wee something somebody's told me about rats in there, which didn't show me, but I'll go on. I've wrote it up. So rats have been an issue in Bonnybridge for a number of years now. I personally have had reports of rats in the council estate at Woodburn Crescent, bungalows at Atrium Way, and large family homes at Singer's Place, which really just demonstrates that it doesn't matter where you live, whether it's well-to-do or not, anybody can be affected by rats. The homeowner in Atrium Way had told me that they regularly see rats in their back garden, and it is their belief they come out of the burn at the back of their property. They were able to, a rat got into their house. They were able to catch the rat, which was in their kitchen drawer. This resulted in them having to throw out a large amount of food and pay for their kitchen to be fully sterilised. When pest control came to survey the house to ascertain how the rat had got in, they could find no access points, and due to the fact that they only caught one rat, it was his opinion that the rat must have come into the house via the conservatory door, which they sometimes leave open for short periods of time in warm weather. So therefore, the advice they received was to keep the conservatory door closed at all times to eliminate the possibility of rats getting in. Is this an acceptable situation in the year 2022 that pensioners in Falkirk are scared to leave their back doors open for fear of rats coming into their home? I don't really think so. However, Bonnybridge's problems with rats don't end there. It's actually in High Bonnybridge where our rat problem is at its worst. The following is an email I received from a resident in Park Street, High Bonnybridge. Hi, I was wondering if you could help me. I live in Park Street, Bonnybridge, and I've been complaining for some time now about serious rat
Is there a question in there, Councillor somewhere?
Well, it's covered up. Well, I need to wrap up. Sorry. All right. She's got a serious rat problem. The rats have been chewing through bins. She'd a rat in the house, but she managed to block up the access point. She's had rats in her shed quite a few times. She's had to just get rid of the shed, and it means her kids can't now play in the back garden. So that's a real shame. But no matter how much she tries, and she's caught rats, she's put poison down. No matter how hard she tries, the rats are in the area. Now, how can we ask one person, one homeowner, to take the lead for a rat infestation in a whole entire council estate? Surely it is we as a council that need to be taking the lead for infestations on our estates. So I get if somebody's got a rat infestation in their own house, but is it not our responsibility, if it is a council estate, that we're the landlord, we're in charge, and we should be taking the lead on it, and not just leaving it to a single mother with 2 children?
So was your question, and I apologise,
are we in charge?
Since it's the first time you've spoken, you're allowed to actually continue, to be fair, so I apologise for that.
All right.
So is your question really, what are our statutory obligations really as a council?
Yeah, it's, if it's a wider area, how can one person be in charge of that? Does the council not need to take a lead for the wider area?
Mr. Benny, would you like to come in on that?
Through you, Provost, I think there's 2 matters here. That if the property is a council property, then the housing service do offer support with regards to pest control. If it's not, then our environmental health teams will still go out and identify if a neighbour in that street or several neighbours are acting irresponsibly in a way that would lead to rats being attracted to the area because food is being left out or whatever. So action would still be taken. I think what we're potentially getting misaligned here is that the service that was removed in the previous financial year was more of a call out service for people to come down and set traps, etc. So in the example just given there, that wouldn't, setting traps in that resident's garden wouldn't address a issue of rat infestation in the local area. If there is a resident acting irresponsibly in the neighbouring area, we will still go out and still take enforcement action against that individual. And as I said, housing tenants will be supported in a different way through the HRA. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Benny. Is that satisfactory answer, Mr. Reb?
It's an answer, but it just leaves me with the question is, why has the issue in Park Street not really been dealt with then? Because they're still getting rats, saying there's no food source. If the rats can chew through bins, then how do you eliminate that? Do we need to start putting metal bins out so they can't chew through the bins? Park Street has been a problem for quite a time now, so I get the answer, but I don't think that's what's happening on the ground, unfortunately. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Redmond. Councillor.
It was just really a question. I mean, I lived near a canal for a good number of years. I mean, you live near a canal or waterways, it's very well known that there's rats there. whether they get into your house or not. So I was wondering, you know, for other reasons, maybe we do need to look at the reasons why there is rats. We talked about food going out into gardens and things like that. I think, you know, perhaps as a council, perhaps an organisation, instead of getting another report back, maybe a different tack, you know, raising the awareness, like Councillor Devine had says on the website. I don't know if you're aware that they had quite a lot of information about seagulls and feeding the seagulls. We should have something like that for rats so that people are aware of that. I think communication's here the key here. That sort of helps situation. And if people are aware maybe why there is rats, for example, you live in a locale where there are always going to be rats. You're never going to eradicate these rats because that's where rats live, as a matter of fact. And also people's behaviours, feeding, you know, putting food out in the garden, putting bread out, and numerous complaints about that. You know, people putting, for some reason, people like feeding the birds bread, that kind of things, but rats like bread too. They like food in the gardens, and that encourages them. So for me, it should be about not spending a lot of resource, bringing back another report, is raising awareness with their public out there, so that they're aware why maybe in majority instances or some of the instances why there is rats there.
Thanks very much for your observations, Councillor Benny. Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Provost. The Pied Piper is one of the things that I have read, and
what language?
The moral of the story. Well, there's two morals, but one of them is don't make promises you cannot keep. And the motion says, as far as possible, free the district of rats and mice, and that, whilst a very good intention is an unrealistic intention. Rats and mice, you're never going to fully eradicate them. When I lived in London, it was the owner's responsibility to call up pest control if rats or mice entered in the house. And my question was, if somebody does find a rat or a mouse in their house and they phone the council, will the council connect them with the right form of private sector pest control?
Mr. Benny, could you answer that question, please?
Through you, Provost. Yeah, if you go onto the website, there is a link to the National Buy with Confidence scheme, whereby you can put in your postcode and it takes you to a list of trusted traders who can fulfill services. I accept that on that list there's only one provider in the immediate location, but there is still an identified provider in the local area. So I believe we are signposting residents to alternative providers. Happy to take any further questions.
Thanks very much for that. Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Provost. And I know that there's some emails getting read out there, but just if I can just read you a review, and it's a very local company, private company, and I'm trying to do this without mentioning the company. Had somebody out for rats in the loft, and we had 2 traps set down, but to no avail. 2 visits later from this private company, the rats were gone. Excellent service, arrives when says it is, and cheaper price than the council were. Glad we used this company and going forward. So that's just one of the reviews there. So it shows that it was cheaper. But just touching on another thing there as well, and I've got a question for Mr. Benny, is when we did provide the service, it wasn't cheap. It wasn't cheap at all. And some other councils were far more expensive than us as well, if you do scroll down with what they did charge. And if I'm looking on average, it was probably about £65 to £70 for the first call out, and then further for everyone after that. But I don't know if Mr. Benny would know the answer to this. Given we're talking about the service that we had previously, and given we had to subsidise it wasn't full cost recovery, does he have any idea what a full cost recovery service would actually be and how much it would cost people, because I'm assuming, just going by the figures I already have, that it would be far in excess of what these private companies, who are specialist private companies, actually deliver. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Gardner. Mr. Benny?
Through you, Provost. The information I have is that the removal of the service led to a saving for the council of £100,000. I'm not sure if that would be the answer exactly to Councillor Garner's question. I would also highlight that not only was the service, more expensive typically than commercial operators, we also really struggled as a council to be able to recruit employees to the service. And so it's not as simple as simply switching it back on and starting to deliver a comprehensive service. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Benny. You've already been in, Councillor Nimmo, so I'm just going to go to Councillor Hannah to sum up, then we'll go to the vote.
It was just another question, Provost.
Okay, fire away.
Okay, thanks again. I wonder if I can maybe get a legal opinion in relation to this question. The council done away with the service not that long ago. It was a non-statutory service, and that's fair enough. But as a landlord, are we not legally obliged to take action? It's our properties we're talking about. If a tenant was to report a burst pipe or a faulty electric appliance or something like that, we would take action. Why are we not agreeing to take action in relation to a rat problem?
Mr. Moody, I'll answer your question, Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Provost.
I think I'm going to reserve giving a fuller opinion on this and the lack of a knowledge of what the current position is on what housing services approach is. Now, I think we've had some information that there is some action taken by our housing colleagues when there are infestation problems in some cases. I think it's plain you can see that the duties set out in the 1949 Act do extend to owners and occupiers, but I want to reserve my opinion on just how that applies to the role of the council as a landlord in relation to secure tenancies until I know exactly what the position is. But I'm happy to come back to Councillor Nimmo in fuller terms at a later stage when I've given it further consideration.
Thanks for that, Colin. Thanks, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Hannah, would you like to sum up, please?
Thank you. I would like to sum up, but I would also like to maybe answer one or two of the questions and rebuff some of the things that have been said. One of the many people who I have dealt with a rat problem, I did actually contact our housing service, and the advice I was given by housing was that if tenants have vermin in their house, it is up to the tenant to get rid of the vermin. If then there is remaining damage to the fabric of the house, housing will fix the damage. That is our housing services response. Secondly, I absolutely accept what Councillor Kerr is saying and Councillor Bundy, that rats have always been a problem. They're always going to be a problem. You're never going to eradicate rats. And I don't think at any point in my motion does it say that I think the Falkirk Council should get rid of rats. I am not so naive. What I have done in my motion is, first of all, to quote what the law says. And you've heard in answer to Councillor Nimmo's question that, and I knew what the answer would be, because no lawyer in this situation, in this public situation, is going to give a legal opinion. It would be inappropriate to give a legal opinion without having fully investigated the question. I think it's arguable, and as is always the case with legal opinions, there are generally two different ways it can be looked at. Whether I am not and never have argued that we have a legal responsibility to provide a pest control service in-house. I have said it is the duty of every local authority to take such steps as may be necessary to secure as far as practicable that their district is kept free from rats and mice. It's what the law says. Now, in relation to the previous review that was done in 2019, that Councillor Devine referred to, I would point out that since then we have had a pandemic. When I've been asking questions of people who are experts in this matter, they say one of the things that happened during lockdown was that because lots of restaurants closed, a lot of sources of food for rats disappeared, and that's why rats started moving to more residential premises. The rat expert I called out to my rat problem, first question was, has there been any work on your drains? Have you done any construction work? Has there been any road works? Because all of those things are things that disturb rats in their natural habitat. And all of those things are things that cause them to come closer to houses. Now, all of those things can be things that we have responsibility for. I would recommend that people think carefully before voting on this and think how they would feel if they were experiencing a significant rat problem. Most of the people around this room probably can afford to get in. I could afford to get in the rat expert, and a very good expert that rat expert was. Not name names, but what I would say is that that is not the case for everyone, and it may not be the case for some people around this room. We need to look at a variety of options. I'm not saying take the hokey cokey and turn it around again. I'm saying look at the size of the problem, because I don't believe that our experts on the council actually understand the size of the problem, and look at the possible assistance that can be given and bring a report back. I would like to make decisions on this council on the basis of full information, and I don't feel we have it.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hannah, for your summing up. We'll now go to the vote.
Thank you, Provost. And the motion is as on the agenda, and it's moved by Councillor Hannah and seconded by Councillor Steenbank, against which there is an amendment which has been circulated, moved by Councillor Devine and seconded, I think, by Councillor Garner. Provost Bissett.
Motion.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
Amendment.
Councillor Aitchison.
Motion.
Councillor Anslow.
Motion.
Councillor Binney.
Amendment.
Councillor Bowes.
Amendment.
Councillor Brown. Councillor Brown may no longer be on the call.
She's not on the call.
Councillor Buchanan, who I think may also be no longer on the call. Councillor Bundy.
Amendment.
Councillor Colley.
Amendment.
Councillor Deacon.
Amendment.
Councillor Devine.
Amendment.
Councillor Flynn.
Amendment.
Councillor Forrest.
Amendment.
Councillor Garner.
The amendment.
Councillor Hannah.
Motion.
Councillor Kelly.
Motion.
Councillor Kerr.
Amendment.
Councillor McCabe.
Motion.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
The amendment.
Councillor Murtagh.
Amendment.
Councillor Nimmo.
Motion.
Councillor Patrick.
Amendment.
Councillor Redmond.
Motion.
Councillor Ritchie.
Motion.
Councillor Sinclair.
Amendment.
Councillor Spears.
Motion.
And Councillor Steenbank.
Motion.
Provost, there are 10 votes for the motion. There are 15 votes for the amendment. The amendment is carried.
Thanks very much, Mr Moody. The next item on the agenda is 9C, Get Me Home Safely campaign. And Councillor Kelly is going to speak to his motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. First of all, I think the motion more or less speaks for itself. It's relatively brief, I hope. But if people who work in the licensed trade make their way home at night after a shift dealing with people whose inhibitions may be blunted by the alcohol they've had, when the girl's nice to them in service, they sometimes read it the wrong way. A 2021 survey found that over 60% of hospitality workers who responded to the survey had experienced or saw sexual harassment in the workplace. 60%, obviously, because of the alcohol. This motion has its roots in the Unite Hospitality Union's campaign, which was started by a brave young woman who was seriously sexually assaulted as she walked home from an evening shift because her bus didn't turn up. There's a surprise. And she's used this horrible experience to campaign to protect others. 2 of our 5 main policy rules in the alcohol licensing unit are that 1, they prevent crime and disorder, and 2, they secure public safety. Our licensing board gives permission to allow late night opening, and following these 2 rules, we should consider the security and protection of these employees who have to get home after hours. People who are often young and low wages, who may have to wait at a bus stop in the dark, or more likely with the lack of public transport after 10, need to get a taxi home. And that fare can take a fair chunk of that night's earnings. So sometimes, stupidly maybe, but they take the chance and they walk home to save money. We've seen girls being assaulted, raped, even murdered when walking home alone. We can never forget, or we should never forget, Sophie Everard. I believe that employers have a duty to protect their staff and should ensure that the staff get home safely and preferably at no cost to the staff. Already boards such as East Dunbartonshire and I think there's about 4 others have similar in their licensing rules, and I believe we should too. I submit that this council first agree to support this campaign and this motion, and secondly recommend it to our alcohol licensing board who are looking at their licensing policies. Now, a couple of councillors have approached me and said, well, you can't tell us what to do. And I agree, we're not doing that, we're just commending it to them. We're no saying you must do this. We can't do that. And all I want is the moral, this council to support this in the moral sense that they believe it's right. And that's all I've got to say on it.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kelly. Do you have a seconder?
Yeah, I'm happy to second. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Councillor Meiklejohn, do you have any amendment?
I'm going to hand over to the portfolio holder, Public Protection, Councillor Devine.
Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Provost. Yeah, we do need to make our streets safer when it comes to, walking home at night. As a woman, I fully understand that, and it's not the first time that, I've faced abuse on the streets. But with regards to this, I think that this is best served sitting with the licensing committee. As you previously stated, Councillor Kelly, you said that other councils have got it within their licensing policy, etc. So I don't think it sits here with the council. It needs to go to licensing committee so that they can do what they need to do to add or change. I can't influence that policy. I don't sit in the committee. So I would refer back to the licensing committee.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Kerr, do you have an amendment?
No amendments, Provost.
Thanks very much. Councillor Spears, do you have an amendment?
No.
Okay, thanks very much. So we'll just open it up for discussion if anybody wants to ask any particular questions. No? Are we agreed? Do I agree the report? Agree the motion, actually?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item is 9D, recognition of 20 links on road signs, and this is a motion that I brought forward. I'm sure every member of the council would agree with me that we need to promote Falkirk as a place to be, For this, we need to be outward looking, twinning with Kirtai and Odenwald, assisting doing that, as the benefits of twinning are not just cultural and educational, but economic as well. The twinning link between communities enables those communities to acquire knowledge of each other's way of life, discuss mutual problems, form cultural and social links, arrange sporting events, student exchange visits, develop friendships, develop tourism which boosts the local economy, share economic ideas. Recently, 2 cyclists from Falkirk Bicycle Club were invited to Kirtai to take part in this year's cyclotourism event. It was the 25th of September. It was organised by the Union Sportif de Kirtai. It was an excellent event and our local cyclists were well received. The cyclists took various gifts from Falkirk, and we're planning a reciprocal cycling event next year in Falkirk. The cyclists were supported by Falkirk District Twinning Association and their counterparts in Kirtai. The Odenwald Association invited a group of students to a tour of Falkirk. They visited Callender House, the Helix, Falkirk Whale, Forth Valley College. These exchanges are important for broadening the students' view of the world. They return home and give presentations on their visits to Falkirk. Odenwald and Kirtai have twinning signs and they are proud of the link they have with us. We need locally to show the residents of Falkirk and anyone visiting Falkirk that we have these links. I received letters from the mayors of Odenwald and Kirtai and have written back to them thanking them for their commitment to twinning. We need to promote our strong twinning links, and these twinning signs that we're asking for would assist in achieving that. And I hope you can support the motion. I'll just read out the motion. Let's find it. Council recognises the importance of its two long-standing twinning arrangements with Kirtai in France and the Odenwald Association in Germany, but notes that there are few, if any, visible signs of these arrangements. Council accordingly agrees that it would be beneficial to add to the current welcoming signs at the main entrance points to the council area by including the information that Falkirk is twinned with Kirtai and Odenwald. Council asked for a report back to the Executive from the Director of Place Services on the cost of this, noting that the aim should be to undertake the work within existing budgets and any roads design issues that this proposal raises. So I formally move that, and I believe I've got a seconder somewhere.
Thank you, Provost. Happy to second in recognition of the cultural value that this will add to the district. And I'd just like to thank you for the work you've done in this area, as well as giving me 2 suggestions whenever I decide to take a holiday. Cheers.
Thanks very much, Councillor Steinbank. Councillor Meiklejohn, do you have an amendment?
I'll pass over to my portfolio holder, Councillor Gardner.
Thanks very much, Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Provost. Provost, as my role as Falkirk Council spokesperson for tourism, I'm well aware of an important connection with both Kiteel and Odenwald, and at another time would possibly agree with this Labour group proposal. Given the current financial situation this council is in, which we've heard time and time again during this meeting, we have just heard about yet again, and given the cost of living crisis all our residents are currently enduring, it would be morally wrong to support using our roads maintenance budget in this project. If the figures I have obtained as a guidance are correct, this is not a small amount, and with an estimated cost of between £8,000 and £10,000 per sign, the fact there are up to 20 of these signs and traffic management would also be required in most locations, giving a total in the region of possibly £200,000. I note the motion asks for funding to come from the existing budgets, which, like most others, are required to find savings over the next few years, which means they need to prioritise the remaining budgets, much of which is for road safety. Given this could equate to some 2,000 potholes being filled, I do not see this as a priority. As this motion is asking for a report to come back to a future meeting, I have no amendment, but if expected the cost is substantial, we will bring forward an amendment at that time. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Councillor Garner. Councillor Kerr, do you have an amendment?
I'll pass you over to our portfolio holder,
Councillor Bundy. Thanks very much. Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Provost. I was actually in Kirtai last month for a very quick visit. I was in Paris and I got the number 8 on the metro to Kirtai to go and see the town, but also to see if the road signs did have Falkirk on them. They do. and they have a nice saltire beside it as well, so you can visibly see Scottish identity in France, the old alliance re-emerging. I think that the tourist benefit would be substantial, if it's just Créteil and Unwald with the French and German flags. I think people driving between Glasgow and Edinburgh or Stirling would stop and go, oh, let's pull in here. Why have they got that sign? And I think the benefits would pay for themselves. But the figure of £8,000 for a sign does seem a bit excessive. I don't think a sign should be costing £8,000. So I think there's a
Straight from our roads officers, James.
Yeah, no, and I respect where that figure comes from. But when this report is being drawn up, can officers try and find signs cheaper than £8,000?
Thanks very much, Councillor Bundy. Councillor Spears, do you have an amendment or comment?
I don't have an amendment, but I have a further suggestion for you.
Okay, thanks very much. We'll now just open up for any discussion, any questions. We'll go back to Councillor Spears first.
You seem to have forgot the friendship links between LaPorte, Indiana and Grangemouth. Would you want to include that as well, since we're talking about friendship here?
I'll have a think about that, Councillor Spears, and get back to you. Councillor Murtagh.
Merci beaucoup pour ça. I think as a living embodiment of the old alliance, being a French national and a Scottish national at the same time, it's always pleasing to have an ability to promote the links between our two great nations. I agree with my colleague Councillor Garner in terms of, I think although the motion does put down to try to do within existing budgets, I think that would be very unlikely, and we'd have to look very carefully at that when the report comes back. I do just want to mention, as I've been a member of the Twinning Committee for the last 5.5 years or so, and both those involved in Créteil and the links with Odenwald have been really, these are volunteers on this committee, and they work really hard to, find all sorts of creative ways to explore links and to involve us as a council in terms of exploring civic opportunities, but also, as you've heard, the kind of cultural tourist opportunities. I think they do great work, and they do it on a voluntary basis. And I think we should be grateful to them for the way that they've undertaken that, and adapting through lockdown. It wasn't easy in terms of, you can't obviously do twinning visits when we can't cross borders, but they continued online nonetheless. So I want to pay tribute to them and say, I do think that there's a lot we can learn from each other, and about each other's cultural heritage, but also in the way that people view things and what brings us together, and the similarities we have as well as the differences. And I think we just need to be careful about the value in spending public money and the care that we can do. Perhaps we can do it in other ways as well, not limited to road signs, etc. And it's a good opportunity to highlight the work of the Twinning Committee today at full council as well, and thank them for their work. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh. There's a motion moved and seconded. There's no amendments. Can we agree to the report? Thank you very much. The last item you'll be glad to hear. 9E, the Royal Hotel building in Slamanan, and that was proposed by Councillor Brown. So Councillor Brown, want to speak to our motion? All right.
Provost, Councillor Brown, I think, is no longer in the meeting. There's probably, I think, 3 options then in those circumstances. It's open to the council to continue this item to the next meeting to allow Councillor Brown to speak to it, or another member can move the motion or on her behalf If no member does so and it hasn't been continued, it will simply fall from the agenda. So I'll maybe leave that in Councillor Kerr's hands to think of the appropriate way forward.
Councillor Kerr.
I'm quite happy to speak on the motion with permission of Councillor Brown.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kerr.
I'll be very brief, Provost. And as the motion says, Falkirk Council recognise that the Royal Hotel building in the main street in Slamanan has been closed for many years and it's in a poor state of repair. And its appearance reflects poorly on the village. And all we're asking is for a report to come back from officers, another report back from officers. But it's the health and safety issue that the Councillor Brown is concerned about, Provost. For many years, I lived in the village for many years, and that was my last ward. And I'm sure that she has the support of the other two local members. It has been an area that has been widely in the village, widely spoken about, and we would appreciate, coming from a health and safety issue, that officers come back to see if it's safe, or if it's not safe, then as a council we can take any decisions for or against what happens.
You have a seconder?
Happy to second, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bundy. Councillor Meiklejohn, do you have any amendment?
I'm going to hand over to Councillor Garner.
Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Provost. I'm not going to spend too much time talking to this motion, other than to say that this council is currently undertaking a much needed, long overdue strategic property review of all its buildings, and adding to that portfolio at the current time, in my opinion, is highly unlikely, as is asked for in the wording of the motion to look at. However, there may well be a real need for this building by the community, a building that was built in 1866. According to a report by the Building at Risk in 2015, some 7 years ago, is in poor condition, category of risk being medium. It's been derelict since 2004 and has a proposal to demolish by the then owners refused in 2005. Add to that, I imagine the cost of bringing this building up to the level of energy efficiency standards we now aim for, given the climate emergency and our net zero targets, will be pretty high. It's possibly not the best facility to be looking at in that aspect. In fact, some years ago, there was a crowdfunder organised to retain and renovate the building for community use, but this fell well short of achieving the support and meeting its target. Having said that, Provost, I'm happy for the report to come back and we can see what officers' recommendations, what they find from that.
Okay, merci beaucoup, Councillor Garner. So, Councillor Hannah, any amendment?
I have no amendment. I would just simply like to say that I think it's interesting that nobody's complaining about reports about this building or reports about twinning, but it was too onerous to ask our officers to provide a report about rats.
Okay, thank you. For any comment that anybody wants to make?
Provost.
Councillor Brennan?
I've got a pertinent question, and it's just really, it's about reports, because reports have been mentioned a lot in the last few conversations and things like that. And as a council, do we monitor and do we have that data with the total amount of time that our officers spend in compiling reports? Because as far as I can see, most of them, I would say, is essential and needed for us to move on with our business. But then again, perhaps some reports stop officers doing other vital work. So basically, my question is, do we have data on the amount of time our officers spend in compiling reports?
Mr. Laurie, would you like to comment on that at all?
Thank you, Provost. As far as I know, we don't have any such data, unless others advise me otherwise. But I mean, it is a significant and time-consuming piece of work. I mean, it's a very necessary piece of work that, the appropriate reports are brought forward. But I suppose, picking up on some previous comments, what we don't want to be doing is spending a lot of time on reports that perhaps aren't as closely focused on our priorities as a council.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost. I'm going to do a wee bit of comparison, as you will know, with the Big Bar building, which took 15 years of work before that was brought down and floored. And this is not entirely dissimilar, because we're owners of the Big Bar as there's owners with this building, and it's their responsibility to uphold and keep the property in good order. It was just a comment that there's no need to bring forward a notice of motion to have our building standards team go out and look at the condition of the building, and indeed serve any notice on it, particularly if it's a dangerous building or if there's aspects that are in danger, because I know that the Big Bar alone has cost the local authority a significant amount of money over the years to make safe. But I'm surprised that there wasn't an alternative route sought in order to actually be able to do something about this particular building. And I've got to say, I commend our building standards for the work that they did over the years in relation to the Big Bar. But we are now in the process of trying to recover that cost of that demolition. And I think we are still at that process, and it may take many years before that matter is concluded. So I think we just need to be careful about what it is we actually expect out of the end of this process. But it really didn't warrant a notice of motion coming forward when there's processes within the council that any of the local members can take forward without this and incurring additional work and reports coming forward.
Thanks very much, Councillor Meikle-John. Councillor Spears.
This building is quite a landmark in the centre of Slamanan, and we seriously should look at, as a previous portfolio holder for heritage, try to maintain the heritage in the differing parts of Falkirk district. I would imagine if it was in the centre of Falkirk, there would be a great deal of attention given here. We have the same problem with the La Scala, the former cinema in Grangemouth, that is laid derelict and is degrading by the day. And maybe our service should be looking at some of these buildings. If they are at their end of their life, then so be it. But if you can spend millions on Buckingham Palace, but Slamanan's no good enough, then we need to see where we want to go regarding our historic buildings, especially in our outlying districts, because they're just as important as if it had been in the centre of Falkirk.
Thanks very much, Councillor Spears. I never thought I'd hear Buckingham Palace and Slamanan mentioned in a sentence.
I'm not entirely sure we can take responsibility for Buckingham Palace, certainly not considering our budget deficit.
No more comments. We'll go back to Councillor Kerr. Councillor Kerr, would you like to sum up?
I take on board everybody's comments. We'll just wait to see what the report comes back, Provost. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're agreed to the report. Thank you. Mr. Moody, would you like to make a comment on the previous vote?
Yes, thank you, Provost. I indicated when I was giving the result that there were 10 votes for the motion and 15 votes for the amendment. Just on looking at the votes again, there were in fact 11 votes for the motion and 15 for the amendment. It doesn't alter the result, but just to ensure that the proper figure was properly recorded for the purpose of the meeting. I'm afraid the old technology failed me and my pen ran out.
Well, thanks everybody for your attendance and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks,
Sorry. Apologies, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Kelly asked me if he could maybe say something at the end of the meeting regarding
a good news story.
It's a good news story.
No report required, no money required. We're laughing. Councillors, on Tuesday, Age Scotland had their annual National Award lunch in Glasgow. Unfortunately, couldn't go because I had a committee meeting. But it gives me great pleasure to tell you the winner of the Volunteer of the Year Award 2022 went to one of our own for the work they've done for older residents in Falkirk since 1978, 44 years. That person is Mrs. Margaret Berry from Larberton Stennismuir Age Concern. Margaret, in the early days, a working mother, would call around older people, hand out or help to see if they needed disability aids, stuff like that, you know. She's had many roles in the committees of Larberton Stennismuir Age Concern. And for the last 15 years, nearly as long as some of us here, councillors have been, she's been treasurer. Larberton Stennismuir lost some of their members during the community due to COVID, and I've been told that Margaret attended many of the funerals, something that was appreciated by the families. There's much more she's done for the older community in the area, and I ask you to join me in congratulating her on her award and thanking her on behalf of Falkirk Council for all the work she's done on our behalf as well as our community over the years. Well done, Margaret, and thank you. Thanks, everybody. Sorry to hold you back.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kelly. That was very well said. Thank you.